Son, okay. Okay, it's open. No, no, I understand.
Hello? What's your sound?
Sí, sí, sí.
Interference.
Shoot.
Io ho quei amici che di London.
Ya, profesor. Waalaikumsalam.
Sanda.
I'm on my own. I'm on mute.
This microphone on this.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We want to apologize that we are going to start on the weekday. We started by 10 o'clock, inshallah, which is due to the fact that the weather in Abuja this morning
Do you have any of the students around?
was a bit cloudy.
Remember this weather outside?
More of rain going to start at the moment, so we are just trying to be considerate.
Do you have the link to this?
Already we have
The Zoom link.
people. But just to ensure that we
It's on the group. Yes. No.
Hello? 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 Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, only one. Let me do it.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning to everyone. My name is Abdul Hakim Akibodi. I'm the Deputy Registrar, Institute of Islamic Finance Professional. And with me is Nuruddin Yusuf. We are going to be the host for today. And to start with, I want to kindly apologize for starting the day. We observed that the cloud in Abuja this morning was a bit cloudy, so we felt we should consider starting the minutes to allow other people to join us. At that point, I want to quickly mention that you are all welcome to the main edition of the Islamic Finance Outreach, organized by the Institute of Islamic Finance Professional. And today, we are going to be having speakers invited to come and discuss with us the opportunities, the practice, and also Islamic finance as a profession. We all understand, and I want to believe that we all be noticing the fact that the Islamic finance industry in Nigeria is an emerging market, and at that, a lot of activities are coming up. And this is also referred to the fact that the regulatory arm of the banking, the non-interest, microfinance, the tobacco, and also the PECO of Nigeria will all be carrying out a lot of activities, releasing different policies, regulations to guide all activities that happen in this particular industry. And this has been shaping the Islamic financial ecosystem. So today, I want to welcome every one of us. And again, I want to open by starting with the first item of our agenda, which is to have the opening as well as the reading of the second standard of the Nigeria Act. I want to inform us to kindly get our feet to have the national anthem. One, two. To God creation, gathered from you and thou just words ever you just to know. In love and honesty to grow and live it just unto bounty at and faith to view the nation well peace and justice shall reign. Thank you very much. Can we all have our seat? And that I want to quickly invite the Iifp group to have the welcome address the chairman of the committee on the main section of the Islamic finance market, in person of Associate Professor Dr. Rashid Musa Yusuf, who happens to be the HOD of Islamic Law University of Abuja. So give us the welcome address. Thank you very much. In the name of Allah,
the most beneficent and impactful. May the blessing of Allah be upon the Prophet Muhammad, his family, his followers, and those who are following in the day of judgment. May I welcome all our guests to this occasion of the first outreach of Institute of Islamic Professionals. We welcome you to this occasion. This opportunity to give opportunity of knowing what we are doing, and also give us some opportunity to younger ones to know the career available for them in non-first now. And I believe we have invited some experts in that field that will do justice to this office. I pray for that to let us benefit from it and let it be together for all of us. So we are welcome. The chairman of the local organizing committee for this edition of this program. So I think we just going to invite some of our dignitaries to the Iifp, and to do that, thank you very much. Let's quickly invite to the Iifp invited guests as well as speakers for today's event. I want to quickly start by mentioning that the speakers for this event are all being chosen to represent different sectors of the Islamic finance ecosystem. We've invited from the industry an expert with several years of experience in building products that are not just for the private sector, but also for the public sector with non-interest Islamic finance. And again, we have also invited speakers from the academia, because we believe that the Islamic finance industry does not only add the focus people to the practicing industry, but also those that form the training part, the education part, the vocational part. Because for us to meet the gap in the expertise or in the employment opportunities, we need to as well as ensure that the academia are closely in line, and they also participate in developing different courses, the curriculum as well, in order to ensure that we have good content that is being developed for this industry. That's why we have also invited speakers who also form part of the legal industry, and also happen to be the president of the Muslim Law Association. And again, we also invited somebody who is well known in the industry to have contributed largely to the area of social development in Islamic finance. And that speaks to one of the leading participants in the Islamic finance industry, talking about the Jari, which is a conglomerate of both the banking sector, the capital sector, the social development, and the zakat sector. Along the line, I'm going to introduce all of them. And to start with, let me quickly mention that the town and the gown. Town as the people in both public and private sector, while the gown is professionals from the academia. Notice how some of these things develop over time. And let me just talk about the presenters, which are said from the town or from the private and public sector of the Islamic finance industry, we'll be having Dr. Abdullah Shoaib, who will be joining us live here social media. Dr. Abdullah Shoaib is the Chief Executive Officer of Jaish Charity and Development Foundation. He will be joining us as our first presenter. The second presenter is also somebody in the industry, well, because they are physically in the person of Malam Atari Mechido, is the CEO of 117 Capital Limited. So us also do from the academia all the way from Lagos, Professor Ibrahim Agri at this time is the president of the Muslim Royal Association Nigeria. So we're going to have 2 physical presentations and 1 online presentation, inshallah. Let me quickly call to the table also. I'm going to be recognizing the Imam Dr. Abdullah Shoaib, who's going to be the first presenter. I think that's joined us already online. This kind of contact. Yes. Okay, so we wait for you to join us. And also let me quickly invite Professor Iifp to kindly come to the table, please. Thank you very much, sir. Again, while it's coming, let me as well invite Mala Atairu Mechido, please. Yes. I'm also going to invite to the table who's going to be joining our speakers. Who is from the Nigeria Lifestyle System for Agricultural Language. That is nice. Thank you very much, sir. I would also want to, as a matter of urgency, invite to the table Professor Sahada Hassan Lina, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor at NIP, National State University. They are wearing us people from the academia. Professor Sahada Hassan Lina, Deputy Vice Chancellor, National State University. Then the government again, let me call Solafatu Abdul Hamid. Solafatu Abdul Hamid is from the Islamic University of Abuja, Islamic Studies. Thank you very much. And again, let me quickly call on Dr. Wafio to Muhammad from the Biological Science Department from the University of Abuja, Department of Biological Sciences. Thank you very much. Muslim community of the University of Abuja. We also invite other people to join us and come in and give more information to them. I will also quickly mention and also recognize the presence I want to appreciate the University of Abuja community for giving this and events to this painting. Really appreciate it. So let me quickly recognize Dr. Yakin Abdulmalik, who is the HOD Department of the University of Abuja. Thank you very much, sir. Also, we thank all to recognize Dr. Kamaluddin S.A. Ibrahim from the Department of Accounting, University of Abuja. Thank you, sir. Let me also recognize Professor Shifu Abdulaziz, the former HOD Islamic Study University of Abuja. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Shifu is also one of the man in the university Muslim community. Also, Dr. Nana Okure, HOD of Business Admin University. Thank you very much. I want to also call and recognize the presence of Dr. Rabi Atu Abdullahi Musa, who is from the University of Jos. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much to all. Thank you all. And again, before we move forward, I want to recognize our sponsor, who without we wouldn't have been able to come on events. I want to recognize representative of Charles Capambo Insurance PLC. I'm aware the MT is going to be here shortly. I want to recognize Charles Capambo Insurance PLC. Again, I want to recognize the representative of GSU Brokers. We want to appreciate you. GSU Brokerage Service Limited, the MD, Mr. Paula please, are you present? Okay. Also, we have a criminal financial services. The program represented by Life of Meranga. These are some of our sponsors. We also thank our colleagues in the media. We thank you all. Also showing of Business Day, PBC, MPA, and the like. As we go on, we also give information to other people that are doing either live or online. Let's quickly move to the next agenda, which is to have the welcome event, which is going to be given virtually by the President, Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals, the President of Professor Tajudeen Yusuf, who happens to be the acting president and the chairman of the Council Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals. Prof has joined us so early, and we want him to presentation.
Yeah. Oh, that is it. I'm lucky.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So, Allah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'm hearing you for myself.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
So you can talk.
wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Indeed, all praise to Almighty Allah. May His peace and blessings continue to abide with the Prophet, his companions and followers, and all the sincere Muslims who are following his sunnah till the day of judgment. Gives me, and I consider it a great privilege indeed to address this beautiful gathering. I welcome every one of us to this Islamic finance outreach taking place there in Abuja, the federal capital of Nigeria. It's indeed a remarkable event in the annals of history of Islamic finance in Nigeria. And I consider all of us who are part of today's program fortunate. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it as act of worship for every one of us. As we are well aware, Islamic finance is just taking its position in the scheme of the Nigerian economic landscape. And it is all hands must be on deck to ensure that this Islamic finance movement succeeds and consider itself as the conventional of economic activities in Nigeria. Though those of us in Islamic finance balance would regard ourselves as operating in the non-interest section of the Nigerian economy. But we refer to the conventional economic system, the financial system, as conventional. But I want to assure you that very soon, Islamic finance will become the conventional system that all Nigerians, regardless of race, culture, tribe, religion, will embrace, inshallah. And I consider those of us who are part of today's occasion very fortunate. The Islamic finance professional was established in 2014. It got its certificate to its license to operate from 2014. And since then today, it had made some strides in deepening the Islamic finance system in our economic larger system. Like we all know, Islamic finance is not discriminatory on the basis of religion, on the basis of race or culture. It is available for anybody who wants to adhere with its principles. Just like Allah says in Quran chapter 21, verse 107, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. The Prophet ﷺ was not sent only for the Arabs or for those who call themselves Muslims. He was sent to the entire mankind. And we are happy that we form part of that mankind that Allah has sent Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you can see that Islamic finance had made its own contributions to the households, to individuals, adding values to organizations, corporate entities, adding values to the government of Nigeria. And what are we there for? The Islamic finance, Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals is an institute set up to promote Islamic finance education. And it is also meant to deepen the Islamic financial inclusion through the Islamic finance alternative. And so far, so good. Many people have come on board, and many people are still planning to come on board. But this is a challenge for all Muslims and for anybody who has interest in ethical financing to embrace Islamic finance and to be part of it. The Institute basically does four things. The first one is training. The Institute trains its members so that they are up to date with Islamic finance knowledge, skills, and experience. Not only that, it also carries out researches by setting up its own databases for Muslim academics, Muslim professionals to tap into it so that we can compete favorably with the conventional counterpart. Thirdly, the Institute of Islamic Finance also carry out what we call advocacy for non-interest finance practice in our institutions in Nigeria. And lastly, it also consults for whoever needs its services. Our members are our first priorities. Whoever joins Islamic finance professionals should count himself fortunate and well-placed to, apart from learning and increasing and improving their knowledge of Islamic finance principles, they will also be able to influence the way things are done economically and financially in Nigeria. This is what the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals is programmed to achieve. And very soon, this experience in Abuja is a welcome and long overdue development. And I want to commend those who have worked towards making today's program a reality. And I won't forget to mention Brother Dairu Usman, who has been a very strong pillar for the Institute. And there are so many others too that are too many for me to mention at this junction. And I want to welcome us today again that the Islamic Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals is for all of us. And the members, they own it. The members of the Institute, they own the Institute, and they are in the best position to drive it. So from time to time, we will be called upon to contribute our own quota towards the growth and the development of this institute. So by the grace of Almighty Allah, I pray that today's program benefits every one of us, and may Allah SWT accept it as act of worship for every one of us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That is the opening remark by the acting president, the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals, Professor Patrick Yusuf. I think I want to just summarize his remark, mostly from the angle of where he said the Institute belongs to its members, and that is the all over the world. The contribution, the activeness of members of the Institute is very important, and this is what is going to help the Institute grow even bigger than the vision of the founders. And at that point, I'm going to quickly move straight to the next thing on the agenda, which is to have the first presentation by Imam Dr. Abdullah Shahid. We are still expecting it to join virtually, but at that we are going to move straight to the next item of agenda, which is to have the presentation from Malam Masjidu. Malam Masjidu, as earlier said, is the MD CEO of 117 Capital Limited. Please can you help me? Okay, thank you very much. So before Malam Masjidu have the mic to speak, I want to quickly run through his application profile. Malam Masjidu Muhammad, Malam Atani Muhammad Masjidu is currently the Managing Director CEO 117 Capital Limited. Malam Masjidu is an active investment banker with niche in Islamic finance. He is the director of Burak Capital Limited and served as Chief Executive Officer of Lotus Financial Services Limited. He was also with Lotus Capital Limited to found Security Limited and Security and Exchange Commission, that is said, among others. He is a trainer in Islamic finance with expertise in Islamic capital markets, support Islamic funds and Islamic equity. An aspiring minister of Central Bank of Nigeria, SEC, banks, and other financial service providers. And that is just to speak to you around those we are invited for this lady edition. And we are very positive that Malam Masjidu is going to be helping us to discuss this topic. Malam Masjidu, please come and take the podium. We'll be talking to us explaining the dynamics of Islamic finance practice and profession. So,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I realized that I have shorter time than expected, and therefore my paper that you have to bear with me, so I have to shock you with the information, probably what I can be able to pass them on our website. I cannot see clearly, so I have to be running around you in order to make sure that seeing the light in front, so that I can see the right direction from this direction. And my paper specifically explains the Islamic finance dynamics and profession. And for me to do that, considering the dynamics of Islamic finance, I have to look at some several things in relation to dynamics. In relation to the dynamics. And therefore, the dynamics that I've been using as Islamic finance profession so far, as well as industry itself, is based on the acceptability of the model, then secondly, based on the growth of the industry, and finally, based on the innovative, dynamic contract that we have in this particular profession, so that we can appreciate actually what Islamic finance is all about. We are talking about Iifp, we are talking about Islamic, we are talking about Iifp, and all of what kind of activities contracts are they doing in order to make them operational to us. First, this is very important that I think right here that I've taken from marketingignorance.org. And I also remember that Professor Beta of Islamic International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance of Cairo University, Peru, was the first person that introduced me to this. It was very apt in terms of knowing exactly what Islamic finance is. At the midst of all the Islamic financial crises that we know globally, if you look at Islamic financial institutions and instruments, you will see them having falls at the midst of all the institutions that are crumbling as a result of the modern banking that they've been doing. The dynamic engagement behind Islamic finance made the example in the midst of financial crisis. And Islamic finance is financial system characterized by continuous innovative activity and progress, which is the dynamic that we are talking about here. And the industry is characterized with numerous activities, progress, and growth as demonstrated by an actual financial sector that we have and we are witnessing every day. The dynamic that I mentioned to you that I'm going to look at there. The next activity will be not there. This is and visualize. The dynamics like I mentioned is the growth and the contract on Islamic finance generally. Acceptance based on the acceptability, the acceptance as commercially and economically developing mode of finance. This is something that we should look at first because of some issues related to we are trying to Islamize the economy. We have to look at it first, then look at it in the commercial so that we can be on the same platform with the others that are also against. This is recognized by IMF and the World Bank. They can bring a lot of write-ups interested to the viability and favorable right of interest to this natural mode of financing. And we are very much aware that London is beginning to become the global gateway of banking. That was why in 2004, they were able to establish Iifp, Islamic Bank of Britain, and many banks and also they take an issue sukuk in 2014 to demonstrate their acceptance of Islamic finance in the economy. We also witnessed the grant that banned the wearing of hijab, but former Minister of Economy, Christine Lagarde, pledged to take steps to make their activities as well as they have in London and elsewhere. Why? Because they realize the importance of attracting Islamic banking, Islamic finance, and Islamic funds generally to their economy. We also have the gratitude that I think the ethical principle on which Islamic finance is based may bring banks closer to their clients and to the true spirit which will mark any financial service that we have. That is actually from the headquarters of the banking. If that is the case, look at the Muslim minority countries that are global sukuk in particular, for instance, in 2014, made headlines when all Muslim nations such as UK, Netherlands, Hong Kong, and South Africa issued their amendment, the first sovereign sukuk with high investor patronage. UK, for example, in 2004, when they came, they came to raise 200 million pounds just to demonstrate whether it is viable to go for Islamic banking, especially the school or otherwise. But after they opened and closed, within short days that they were able to open, they were able to get 11.5 times of what they came to raise. They came to raise 200 million, but they were able to raise over 2 billion pounds that were attracted by just the issuance of their school. Does that mean they were invested by the Muslim population in the UK? Definitely no. What about Luxembourg? Their population of Muslims, 2.2% of their population is Muslim population. And when they came for their subscription, they took twice of what they came to issue up. The time it was invested by Muslim population of 2.2, definitely no. Hong Kong, we know what they are with respect to Islam. 1.3% of Muslim population, but when they came 9.4 times of what they came to raise was what their success rate is. South Africa, with 1.5% Muslim population, and they got 4.4 times of what they came to raise. Of course, in Nigeria, we are also growing that aspect gradually. Here we are in Nigeria, the state government book of 2013 was to raise 10 billion naira for construction of schools in all the local governments of the states. And after they finished, they were able to get 11.4 billion for their first issue. That was when people didn't know what it was. Islamic finance was just started and nobody knows what to do was, including the Securities and Exchange Commission as the regulator of this particular industry. They didn't know much about that, but that is when Osun State came and they were able to get 11.4%, 11.4 billion of actually the amount they can. Before it is supposed, asset base, they do not take everything, they have to add asset if they want to absorb it. So they have to go and add more schools in order to take the excess of 1.4 billion that we were able to get, which is 11.4 billion. So they absorb the entire 11.4 billion. Come to the Nigerian FGM, which is the therapy. I remember since 2009, 2010, 2011, I have been monthly use of debt management.
Just online. They are not seeing this slide.
If it is possible to raise. Of course, gradually we got the interest, but fortunate enough until 2017, when we were able to complete them and they came to raise the first piece. Just as a 10, this really viable to maintain the availability of funds that are looking to audit. They came to test the market with 100 billion in order to construct rules in all the 6 geopolitical zones. After they finished, at least they got that 100 billion, and in essence, they were able to get 5 billion above that. Because it is budgetary issue, so they have to return back the 5 billion above the 100 billion. I was talking to the Chief Minister, the MD, the DG of DLA, and she was saying, where is this interest? We still UK 11 times, we still Hong Kong 5 times, we still, but here we are just 1 time. Only little margin. She was actually not convincing. But because of the text messages she was receiving from the public saying that we invested in school and we say this is what this fund of school is doing with respect to the rules we just passed where they did this road constructed with school policy. So they really appreciated that aspect. Because of that feedback, they decided to, of course, DMO pushing Central Bank of Nigeria, trying to solve the ways get or fund for the federal government as well. Decided to say, let's try again if we can come for another 100 billion. By then, people started understanding what the group was all about. We are able to get 1%. Instead of getting 100 billion, we get 134 billion. And as a result of that, it is showing that people are understanding. Even going to the retail investors, the first issue when we take 4% of the subscription that those that invested more amount actually. But when we get for the second issue, we are able to get 17%. So maybe from 4%, that goes to 17%. And the statistic is basically by it. Now, in 2020, even though it was during actually the lockdown, even though it was during the last 10 days of Ramadan, when Muslim populations are actually working themselves, even if it's normal life, in order to see how they can be closer to their creator, to our creator. But yet, the DMO decided to say, let's go and raise 100 billion within that period of time.
150 billion.
I was 150 billion, and I was so scared, honestly, saying that this is going to be the first time school is going to fail in Nigeria. We were all locked down. A lot of completely overnight was very out from the house. We were all doing our necessary argue and other worship inside our community, only our family. How are we going to do this subscription? But I also influenced right away that system for the extension of time people of 5 days, they feel because we want to have 2 weeks, but they responded no, it's not possible to do that. But Allah should from that. What happened? We got 652 billion naira against 150 billion. And more than half $1 trillion naira was returned to funds of the groups of the prior. So many of course, that is gradually showing that being expected and being traveled and being needed by many, including the bonds invested themselves. Because we have the Iifp, we have the bank invested, which is why because the value risk is low compared to the value of general bond. Because general bond lies with the trade and also issue. But here, apart from doing analysis of the issue, you also rely on act. Worst case scenario, you take active unlike the bond actually. So as a result of this, the banks that are conventional bond investors realize the importance of this without immediately cheap business. And that's also what was demonstrated in 2021. The 250 billion against the rules were coming to the 855 billion. So again, the only 250 are not all the. This is the success story of Nigeria. Not only the federal government or the state government, we also witness family funds, family home funds that are paid to raise support. Of course, last year, they came to for a program of 30 billion, first series of 10 billion. And when we came for first series, we were able to get 21 billion subscription. And again, you have to return to 11 billion and get 10 billion for family to build affordable housing in Nigeria. That is the success story of Nigeria. The acceptance on ethical and faith-based modes of financing that is what we call where socially responsible investment being promoted globally by multilateral organizations and development financial institutions. Some people, of course, no matter what their religion is, they don't want actually to contribute in something that is going to be immoral, something that is going to actually hurt the society in morality. And as a result of that, they are promoting green one, all to make sure that it's actually environmentally and socially viable. But of course, our own is actually to do with religion and economic religions completely condemn all what we in Islamic finance be it the cornerstone which is used in the river. Of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already mentioned it to us. We also have it in all other economic religions like astronomy, like the astronomy, where they do not charge your brother if whether money or anything that may be known is. We also have it in excellence, but this is you and all of us. So that is with respect to the that is with respect to the religion. Of course, the dynamic of Islamic finance in Nigeria can be seen clearly. Look at it.
This one go to the beginning.
Okay, so with respect to the growth, also is something we can do based on the Iifp stability report of 2021. We have 2.71 USD trillion that the total management for risk. This something we can get after that.
Okay.
The major drivers of the growth by percentage of Islamic capital market use was 26.9%, that grew by 26.9%. What we can see with respect to the growth of the stock issuance. Historically, in 2018 and 2015, we had issues across globally. And as a result of that, that's where the impact is still we were able to get something out of that. With respect to issuance. In 2008, we are very much aware of the global mess that actually happened and all the conventional banks that were so prominent crumbled. But that is where we have respect to that. In Nigeria specifically, as a result of the dynamics of the growth, we are witnessing 3 times Islamic banks, that is Jaiz Bank, Taj Bank, and now Lotus Bank. And we have 2 Islamic banks, which is Sterling Bank and Campus. We have 3 non-interest microfinance banks. We have 4 fully operational accounting corporations. We also have 4 standalone fund management firms and 2 standalone corporate investment advisors and advising people about raise funds. We also have 6 people issuance to the public, which are already mentioned, and we have 2 schools awaiting tech approval that is Taj Bank, the family school. Meaning, apart from the schools that we have, so far in this apply, we are expecting 3 more schools probably that are going to be more. That is the public school. Apart from the private schools that have been issued privately with ongoing security license commission. I know that we already defended the school structures and the contract in relation to the school of Taj Bank that is trying to raise 100 billion as their additional tier 1 capital, or in a series of 10 billion per issue. We already defended with the Sharia advisor, Central Bank of the Solution, right? Financial regulation advisory council of experts, and we are hoping probably within this month or next, we are going to keep the market to see if we can raise the 10 billion as additional tier 1 equity for the Taj Bank. Only because of the first issue they had, which is a program of 30 billion, the first series of 10 billion. Now we have a gap of 20 billion. That's what they want to come and observe. We also depended with the financial regulation advisory council experts. We are also hoping to keep the market in the next month to see. We are also hoping and talking to the federal government on issues around September also. Many drivers issues that at the national, we have the domestic, we have the facility, we have focus of preparing to give the market their own private key, you have the public, you have the other of it. We also have a lot of other facilities that do it. We have funds, mutual funds that are also in the market at the moment, and we have many already filed their application with the Student Financial Commission for it actually to get approval. We have pension fund administrator on KIP, which is going to be the game changer of the exact banking finance in Nigeria. Why? Because Iifp, which is the regulator of pension industry, have issued a directive to all the PFAs to have multi-fund. And in that multi-fund, which is the non-interest fund, each PFA must have this fund. And they have to take latest instructions from their subscribers or from their contributors to say that that the contribution is subject to PFA. I want my money to be moved to non-interest fund. And henceforth, you are not going to be paying the interest-based instrument, you will be paying Sharia compliant. That is what actually, based on the analysis, the 13 up to 14 trillion industry that we have, industry that we have, at least 2 billion naira will be searching for instruments that will be Sharia compliant. That is what we are doing. And of course, we have some that information. I am aware of 3 non-different banks. I'm aware of 2 federal companies that are also preparing to file their rescue application. Let's quickly go to the contract. I have, with respect to the contract, of course, which is the dynamic that will show the innovative way how Islamic finance actually moves and shows how it grows. It's based on the contract. It depends on who is presented. But however, for me, I feel more comfortable in this. First, the second is the full aspect of the time market and finance and also we have sales contract, we have lease contract, and we have agency contract. With respect to all this, for instance, the taking sharing contract, which is partnership with but I think it's like this one that I'll quickly explain to you. Then we also have the debt which is the debt contract, which is rubber, signal, and seller. That consider as the debt instrument or the sales contract. Then we have the lease, which is the Jara. We have in that also the Jara, the segment of the Jara, the Jara, and others that will translate into at the end ownership. Then we have the with all these contracts that I mentioned to you. If you want to solve issue, for instance, you can easily use all the contracts to issues depending on the concern of the issuer, depending on the concern of those markets that you want to accept and some other issues with the regulation and the Sharia issue. The reason why I say depending on from all these ones, some of the contracts cannot be tradable instruments. Meaning, if you issue them out, you cannot go to the market and change it based on the negotiation of the price for it because of the Sharia issue. So if you are going to do an instrument that is going to last for 10 years, that is going to last for 5 years, then definitely you know that contract cannot be that kind of need. So based on those kind of attacks, first Mudaraba. What is Mudaraba? Mudaraba is partnership contract where one party will build the capital and the other party will manage the pension. People are like, because of the time partner, I need to explain to you a user. At least, you know that Mudaraba is the profit sharing and loss bearing. The profit sharing and loss bearing is telling that if there is profit, it will be shared according to the party. But if there is loss, what will happen? What will happen?
Beer, no, beer,
If there is loss to be borne by the contributor, the robber man, if there is principle loss, as long as there is no negligence or misconduct by the body, who is the manager. That is all what we have to do. But really, let's look at the structure of it. We have the capital provider, who is the Rahman, we have the manager, who is the bank, and both of them agree this is the kind of structure or this is the kind of business we want to do. As a result of that, the capital provider will provide the capital and the manager will manage the bank. And they decided to go into the whole bottled water, production, any other business that we can take. And as a result of this, the manager will continue managing the bank for at least a period of time until the profit is declared. If profit is declared, what will happen according to the principle of Sharia principle of this one? One, if profit is distributed according to their agreed profit sharing ratio, that is how they will share. Meaning, if they agree that only know how we want to contribute the capital, but I have to say, he is going to manage the venture, but when we are going to share the profit, we can start to say he is going to take this percentage and go take it depends on our negotiation. And that is what the sharing profit will be. But however, if there is no, it will go directly in one direction. As long as there is no condition to start, which is the negligence as well as breach of contract. Now, if we agree to that quickly, in order to see, we have somebody who is present, somebody is PLC, wants to expand their main business to Nigeria, but not enter capital, then approach investment bank for Sharia compliant capital. As an appointed advisor for this property, here we have, so we have to, as I said, we have to move to this part. We have somebody that is interested in expanding his part, and as a result of that, appointed financial advisor. And financial advisor will advise that because you are under the PLC, public company, you are under the Public Securities and Exchange Commission. And as a result of that will fall into the requirements of the Securities and Exchange Commission. First, the company that must be incorporated, that the whole contract with you, the Daraba contract with you, must be PLC company. So we need to go and establish and incorporate the company that we are going to, that will go to the market and raise funds. This company doesn't have funds. It is only 1 million naira total minimum capital that will be incorporated with PA. As a result of that, it is going to act for key pillars to put investors. I have somebody who has this business and we want to expand. Based on the analysis, this is the profit that we will be getting because of the historical strength of dollars. If you are interested in an investment, this is the expected return that you have expected. But this company, again, is a shell company, doesn't have operations, doesn't have anything, doesn't have. So as a result of that, it has to be all its power, right, and obligation to expect license for T, who is going to act on behalf of this company and by extension on behalf of the investor. And therefore, the other three documentations will be executed, will be filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, and approval will be given, segment subjected to CPN, who is going to subject it to the production to review and adhere to the Sharia compliant order, and then the all the three documentation. By the time the approval is given, then market people will subscription will start. The financial advisor will collect the profit of the subscription, and after adoption is given, that people will be issued, either to realize that's the thing. And this money that has been raised will come into this particular set license for P, who is going to act on behalf of the fair investor. And this then will put it in the best of Dangote, and Dangote will manage the venture. But period down the line, profit will be declared. I decided to do this on just to show that it is actually tradable instrument. So then profit will be declared maybe in the other or any period decided in the agreement, and therefore they will share it according to the agreed profit sharing ratio. But if there is not, what the consequences will be. This profit that will be collected by the state license of fees will limit it to the expenses according to the participation. This is just how we can do the Daraba solution. We know that we have similar Daraba structures away from that one. This one is to do with the bank. Like I mentioned to you, Tajima, they are trying to do the additional tier 1 Daraba structure. This is similar to the Alberta Banking Group in Bahrain. They've done it with a feature to raise the 300 and at 7.875% X. expected growth because we cannot give guarantees for this expect. And it has been this is how actually it is, and this is how we agree also with respect to the type of the moment. Modality, which is the bank, for T, which is going to act on behalf of the investors, and then the investors that are going to there will be declaration of trust, the first day that I'm going to act on your behalf. And because of that, everything that is going to be done today will be done or do it on behalf. And then there will be variable activity with the bank and the T. And then issue to the issue to the public, people will subscribe to the proceed to collect the money to give the capital as additional tier 1 capital to the bank. And then the bank will also work on it in line with the natural activities of the banking activities that you will do. When it is time for them to pay the dividend, they will declare the dividend will be given to the trustee, and the trustee will give it to the certificate holder in line with the proportionate share subscription. This is how we are. When actually the bank came to the market, the issue was subscribed by 5.3 times. That is 1.6 billion what they got then 300. So as a result of that, let's go to Musharaka. Musharaka is like Mudaraba. The only difference actually is Mudaraba is full participation contract, but in Musharaka, all the parties are expected to contribute capital. And what will happen if there is profit to be shared? It will be shared according to the agreed profit sharing ratio, just like in Mudaraba. But what about if it is not? Yeah, this is my question to you. Sharing according to the capital contribution, because we should understand that the most usually follows the capital, and that is the beauty of Islamic finance, that there must be a big issue related to the care. So, based on that, I don't probably need to take much time. This we have two partners that will all contribute the capital. One of them may be the market, and then they will go into a joint venture, maybe a venture that they will jointly own, and they decided to go into housing, supported housing, and then they sold the houses. Profit is declared to go to the respective shareholders according to their affairs, and then if they are lost, they follow their capital contribution. Again, this is also a tool we can easily do with respect to the chart. If, for instance, FECA, Federal Capital Authority and State, we want to issue to put in order to do public service. For instance, they can take it through the direction where they will create an SPV will give what they call to the trustee, and they will rely on the investor to control it. So the Musharaka agreement and everything will be executed. Remember, also FPCA and other state governments, other development institutions, as long as we want to advertise and they want pension fund administrators to also invest, then they have to do the Security Management Commission. But if they don't want, then they don't need to advertise it, they don't want other general subscription, then they can do it privately. So here we have just like the Mudaraba, similar to that, which is what we are giving to the people. This is the practice that has been done in Qatar. This is also another Musharaka that has been done in Saudi Arabia. Muraba, which is part of the self-contract of the bank. Muraba is the self-contract of cost plus the profit markup. Muraba is the contract of sales between financier and the price of sales of goods at the price of the agreed profit margin for the financier. It is also referred to cost plus margin to markup sales. You need a house, or you need a car, or you need an asset to approach their income. What their income will do, they will look in their toolbox to decide which contract are they going to use. If they have decided to use Muraba, then they will analyze you and see based on your payments that are going to be paid, you have capacity to do that. If you do, if they analyze you to pay what you are okay with respect to their credit needs, then they will just go to the bank. You have to watch and then they will take the legal ownership of the car. They will pay them, and then an asset belongs to the bank. And that's when the company execute the Muraba agreement, which is tell the car to the cost of the profit markup. You already know exactly the cost, and you know the profit that is Unlike the market where you go just again evaluate how much equity the vendor has bought and added natural market business structure. It also has its own comparison. So quickly you refer to that, let's assume that as a field the use of big morale, the bank is too big, then you will do the group transaction. First, they will have an undertaking that if I go to the venue and I buy this particular product, you are going to buy it from me at cost of the profit market. The Morava agreement will not be, shall not be, cannot be executed at this point, should be otherwise, because you cannot sell what you don't own with respect to the Morava, unless if they are exceptional contracts such as the seasonal or solar contract. But as far as Morava, you cannot sell what you don't own. So Morava agreement is not executed. I just put it for simplicity, but undertaking that what will be completed. After all the three credit analysis, then the bank will go to the vendor and buy it as well. By the time the bank becomes the legal owner of the club, that's when you become a citizen of market. So then there is a citizen of market, and then the client is based on the contract is formulated on the fish the capital. This is, for instance, to do with the school. I don't need to be taking on the guarantees of the school government. Let me just rush. Similar to rubber, if NBC wants to import oil, they will easily come to use school for it. Today, on for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days short term, for us to import the oil, give it, sell it, they pay off good. So it's something they can basically we do. We can try to see how they can do it with the cost of the stuff to get attached to all that. So we'll continue to look on where we deal with long. Likewise, we have, of course, in practice, for instance, this is what we did. That a customer of ours here that they want to benefit some of the building material. And we decided we could issue private to put with respect to the rubber. So we structure it as 173 capital, and we identify investors that may be interested in it. Therefore, we get the security from dealer, which is actually what are the security of some of the collateral that we can see. Then any people who know this collateral are going to change in order to get the people's money out.
No.
So with respect to that, we have a specific from here, we identify the vendor, so we say we will buy this asset from vendor, be the legal owner of this supply before we come and do the proper how we get. We have a company which is embedded with the data together with the investors of the give us their account to invest into this supply project to be.
Go ahead, sir.
Then we get the corporation from the person that we already identified. Immediately we create the vendor and we take it. So after we take the video, then we can create the rubber with the dealer. Immediately we give them the sold it to the rubber, and therefore they will pay gradually with respect to each based upon the cost of the profit and we get out the body. This is the software we have to practice. The system is a self-contract constructed or manufactured assets that are not readily available to you. So this is one of the exceptions of Islamic finance contract that you cannot sell what you don't own. So the system is a contractual self-agreement for construction well described equipment for construction of buildings, giving price allowing cash payment to future delivery. It is a sale of fully described, meaning the asset must be fully described. Now that we have in this modern time, you can even provide a 3D picture of the house that you want to be constructed. So all this information, land, height, width, everything related to that asset must be provided in this particular. It is binding contract.
Maybe you
they are not contracted of the equipment or contracted with the plan. So we have to come up with a parallel system. And it is now with the contractors that we limit all the time in relation to the signal with that is actually the parallel. So basically, the parallel approach the very bank or the large bank or the social bank. And because of this, large bank after they come, they are nice, they like yet customer maybe their own customers in the past couple of years, they have to do it with customers. And give you that kind of structure. And then for reason they agree and agreement with the customer. They agree and agreement with the customer, and then they also encrypt the second system with the contract. So we have
it's moving now.
so they also execute a similar but independent signal contract with the contract.
So we're having network challenge.
The network. Okay.
What time do I have? What time do I have left? 5 minutes. So that is a signal contract. But usually being deployed their relationship. It is similar to signal only that if you are going to pay the consideration for service that will be provided in the next 90 days, 30 days, 60 days, whatever, you must pay the consideration to pay. That is what it fits into the farmer's need very well, because the farmer will make the farming. So the signal is a very good contract to use. Similar to it. This is the if you want to do, for instance, parallel, this is how we can do. If the organizers then this is salam. For instance, or yes. This is the practice. Practice where Bahrain government is doing salam with respect to their school. And then Ijara, we have Ijara, which is a lease contract. Ijara is the contract the use of open-gate a particular property or asset to another party in exchange for the agreed rental for agreed period of time, meaning the asset that you will take as a lessee doesn't belong to you, unlike the conventional. It doesn't belong to you, you will just be using the beneficial interest of that particular asset. The asset belongs to the lessee. And therefore, you must be paid the rental according to what the terms of activity. But at the end of the transaction, if it is meant for the transfer of the asset, then it can be in line with either of these particular transfers. Either if all the rentals, if the Islamic bank, for instance, have already identified that for me to finance a cap of 5 million, I'm expecting to have position percentage to become. If so, then gradually to 5 years, I've gotten the 5 years, the car value upfront in my book because I've already paid all the value of the car as a result of that. So then at that moment time, they can start to give it to the lessee as a gift or as a donation. So through the final rental payment or as 100 naira, 1,000 naira, depending what you want. So this is similar to the structure that I explained. You try to go to the bank to the car, and the bank decided to say, instead of doing rather, let's do it. And let's do that. So the student undertake it, and they come to the venue, purchase the car, take the video of the venue of the car, and put the agreement with the client, and then pass the car to the client, and the client will be using the car is for rented commodity, the rented asset. We will be paying the rental to the bank. The bank will be calculating the rental, the bank will be taking on the price. Now, to show you the innovation, especially in the so Ijara, you can do already available physical assets that you can easily go and purchase, and then transfer it like the car, which you want to use to cook, you can easily do that. Then we also have the federal government of Nigeria to cook, which I explained to you. The federal government in 2017 originally they came to make 100 billion, and as a result of this, we built roads to all the picture of the country. When it came, this was the structure we have. The federal government of Nigeria being interested in the fight for the company to be operated as an FP, PLC company. And because we were thinking, this particular reason for this account was as a result of rules. That's why we asked the name to be FGM rules. If it is health, it will be FGM health. If it is education, it will be FGM education, if they are so for it. But because they are rules, that's why we decided to put FGM rules. We thought that when we come to the market, the company wants PLC, because by the time we come to the market, if we are going to do another school, we go to the PAC again and correct another one, we make it company 2, company 3, company 4. But when we came in 2017 and in 2018, we realized that we don't need to correct another company, so we still use the same company about to do that. FGM decided to say, identify the route. And I, as the government, I want to allocate this road to this platform. So usually the road to this platform. But this company also needs to educate the road and use it to develop. We also know that the is going to take a subscription from record. And we had a little challenge that we either have to go because all the routes that have been identified as federal government route, and according to the act of the highway act, you cannot actually tinker with that route less than walk away. And as a result of that, even the calculation of given to the SPV electoral case, it has to go to the National Assembly to change the act, so it has to use another tool in the field of agency contract to give the ministry an agent to construct this particular road. We know that if we go to the National Assembly, it takes forever. So as a result of that, we decided to let go agency direction. So we use the ministry to act as the agent of the SPV to renovate this road that has then he came and we got in the one million very paid. We don't change the structure, we say 6 million and pay government at the all the services. So we have the federal government of the roads, TV, and then also the Ijara which is the forward year contract with the federal government. We are going to give this road after we finish construction, we're going to be looked at because all the education will be provided. Then we have the education, of course, and we have the policy collected, which is the 105 billion information to you. And then based on the construction and service, we decided to give the money to the Ministry of Works according to line with the decision, and then Ministry will take care of all the investment. And in order to have a structure for corporate governance, it has to be the trustees that we have in there. They have their project management committee that are going to this project to make sure that the quality of everything in relation to what we agreed will be met before the next disbursement is being made by the ministry. So we have that one. So immediately the project is delivered, then the lease will start from the federal government and the SPV. And then rentals will be paid by the federal government from the CBN to the school project. And after 7 years, then we will have the sales and purchase of the agreement between the state government, between the federal government and the SPV. That's when we have the structure. This is also part of the feature. We also have to one which is mentioned to you, but the family who is Ijara, but it is not similar to that of the federal government, right? the federal government of Nigeria asset in relation to the Sukuk, they are not in this. Take it that way, that if the rules are not there, so it is actually a forward lease contract that we do. But here in family homes, the assets are there and legally owned by family. They already constructed the houses that they want to use as assets for the Sukuk. And as a result of that, we use Ijara from this in order to transfer it at the end of it. So because there will be rental to pay. I'm sure families are going to be paying the rental at when. If that's the case, we want to have a guarantee by family corporate entity to give us guarantee that they are going to be paying the rent. And we have that through the Iifp. And then we decided to say, in that case, let's go to the market and raise a fund and give the evidence of the fund and use the money that we raised from the investors to purchase the houses that were owned by the family. So on this particular stage, the houses belong to SPV. And then we paid the consideration and we taken the video. But however, because we know that the investors are interested in rental, they will be receiving, and according to the Sharia, and according to also the IOP, which is the accounting and auditing organization of financial institutions, they are standard setters in Bahrain that are providing the standard setting in line with the Sharia. We decided to say, as long as we do similar structure of this institution, you sell an asset, you leave it, but before you sell it back to the owner, it will take an adequate time frame that it will not make it to be private deal, which is not Sharia compliant. As long as the time frame is adequate enough for the asset to be changed, either in buying or in some other country, then it is allowed Sharia. And because we consider this in the next 7 years, technically the value of them will have changed. Other things will change. As a result of that, the Sharia advisor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Bashir Akku, decided to endorse it as Sharia compliant. So here we are. So we need to start with family home, and then we supported them to continue making sure that these assets are functional. Then we also take the lead from them and the lead. And we reward them if there is anything we are going to secure with respect to the management, and then we also leave the rental to go to the then at the 7 years time, we sell it to the asset back to the family, and we take the consideration of council and the money will be paid for students. This is how we do the Wakala is an agency contract where you act as an agent and you do all the necessary. This is a structure that we've done just as quickly as possible around. This is a structure that we've done in practice, where we have a company called Manzo that approached the Nigerian Immigration Service and said we have identified a land around the airport road, and we are interested to prepare this land as long as the personnel of the Nigerian Immigration are interested to take this affordable house that we want to install. And the Nigerian Immigration Service holds on and see that they are expert. And when they came to us, we identified that it is something we can do because of secret. The RTPIS and the other things are there in order to track the investment. So we decided to do a private Sukuk, which we did at this one side. So acquire the land, then we also give some money to Mansour to track the activities of the construction, and then we taking the payment from the off-taker gradually to complete the project. So we have it that way. This is an administration policy. We created an SPV, and we also rely on the investor. We decided to go for the first deed where the investors are going to give the trust to this particular SPV. But behind the SPV are set guidelines, and therefore we also have agency agreement with money. We have the IDPIS payment directly from the source of the personnel that decided to keep it as an operator. And then we also have the business agreement between Mansour and the contractors that are going to support this particular house. And therefore we have the need for sales contract between Mansour and the Nigerian Immigration Service office based on the agency we've given them. So the food policy will come to the Mansour, and Mansour will do it in the rental, and then they take the delivery of the land as a constructed house. And this house will be delivered to the off-taker, and the off-taker will be paid from the Iifp
and camera
that will be managed around, and then payment will be made on cumulative basis to the estate, to the trustee, and then trustee will pay to the investor. This is the response so far we've done, and we are about to go into phase 2 in order to complete the payment. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mahara, Mama Machido. Thank you very much, Mama Machido, for that very insightful presentation. And that is what happens when you invite an expert who happens to be a trainer as well. He's actually going to take you through the journey step by step, and also ensure that you don't leave there without taking about this is I just want to release all those questions here because I like the brand to share the ND that is the company insurance. Thank you very much, Afana. Shehu. I can remember the latest Madam Ibrahim was speaking with me about the phone. He said, I'm going to attend the I was surprised. You know why? Because he has been going about from one state to another, which is the point I was with him on that journey of discussing surpluses with the participants and church and health insurance. It's a good job that you guys are doing, and we pray that we have much of this in the industry. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly have, we are going to have question and answer. I'm sure a couple of us will have questions in our mind after that we discussed. We are going to take that in due time. And at that, I want to acknowledge the presence of one of our speakers, the person of the month, Dr. Abdullah Shahad. Dr. Abdullah Shahad is the CEO, Jai's Foundation. Am I correct?
Jai's Foundation.
Yes. Thank you. So the been online is supposed to have the first lecture with us, but we're trying to send it some technical issue. He's currently the first round, and I think he should be ready to give us the presentation. So let's have this profile. Thank you.
Please, can you enable me to share, please? Enable me to share, please. Enable me to share my screen.
From your phone.
You are here to enable me to share my screen, please.
Yeah, it's like enabling me to share. How demonstrate so that everything is cut out. Just focus on the way.
see him now, I'm not sure. Go to more.
I'm here to be a neighbor.
I'll just give a brief on Imam Abdullah Shahid.
I'm already online.
He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Foundation here in Abuja. We have a bachelor's degree in political science, master's in political science, all from the University of Lagos, and has a PhD in Islamic social finance from Mobile University in East Asia in the United Kingdom. He is a certified Islamic banker, a certified public administrator, both of England and Wales, as well as a management consultant. He attended Arabic language training certificate at the Institute of Language, University of Africa, that's International University of Africa in Khartoum, Sudan, and also holds a in Islamic finance and banking from International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, Bahrain University, Paris, and other financial education, interfaith conflict resolution and study structured dialogue at the University of Massachusetts, Boston, USA. He is a fellow in several development institutions, such as Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals, Institute of Mining Consultants, and so many other professional bodies. Dr. Shahid has 38 years of cross-functional and cross-sector experience, out of which 22 of those years are spent at the senior managerial level and executive positions in different organizations, both locally and internationally. He is an executive secretary of the Nigerian Arab Chamber of Commerce Industry, Nigerian Arab Association, head of operations, Pension Pensions Limited, and so many other institutions within and outside Nigeria. Dr. Shahid is an associate member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, member of the International Center for Religious Mediation, New York, USA, as well as the expert professional of the Financial Executive Council of Nigeria. Dr. Shahid is currently a non-executive director of Iifp Accounting Insurance PLC, Iifp International Halal Certification Limited, and Iifp Investment and Services Limited. He is also currently the deputy chairman, Association of Zakat and Work Operators in Nigeria, and co-chairman, Nigeria Interreligious Council, Lagos State Coordinator. Conference Islamic Organization, Lagos State Member Advisory Committee or Board of Institute of Islamic Entrepreneurship, Member Government Council and Islamic Center for Planning Organization and Studies, Lagos State, and a facilitator at the University of Lagos Business School. He is also a Deputy Grand Imam of the Muslim Congress of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Imam Dr. Abdullah Shahid, our next presenter, inshallah.
Thank you very much. I hope you are seeing my screen. Please, I need somebody to confirm. Can somebody confirm if my screen is on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see it.
Yes, your screen is on. We can see
Yes,
it.
we can see us.
All right. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon each and every one of us, both those who are online and then those who are also physically on ground. My conversation with you this afternoon is going to basically look at the following. By way of introduction, we want to look at, what is the current situation in terms of poverty, globally, regional-wise, and then nationally in our own country. After that, we look at the global and regional poverty trends. Then we'll move quickly to look at Islamic finance at a glance. And then we'll also take a brief recourse to look at Islamic social finance, and then what are the opportunities, and then we'll wrap up, inshallah. To start with, I always like to use data as well as a figure or graph to represent our narratives. Globally, between the year 2010 and 2021, it is on record that about 698 million people are still living in extreme poverty. And that is a very disturbing figure. Almost 9% of the world's population living on $1.9 per day. If we know what that means, it tells us a lot about people who are seriously not living people, but they are living the dead corpse. Looking at the curve, we can also see that this is very peculiar to especially the developing countries or the third world countries. But in most cases, developed countries in the West, in Europe, in Asia, in East Asia, as well as some parts of North Africa, the situation is not as pathetic as we have it, particularly in sub-Sahara region of the world, where poverty is on the extreme. Going further, when we look at the global versus sub-Saharan African poverty trend, like I've just mentioned, this chart also is telling us clearly, if you look at it from the left angle to the right, it's showing particularly the magenta color here, which represents the sub-Saharan Africa. It shows that it is climbing up, going up. Why South Asia, other countries, Middle East, Latin America, European, East Asia, and co, we can see that their curve, is coming down. So it tells us clearly that the number of people living in extreme poverty outside sub-Saharan Africa fell from 708 million in 2010 to 240 million in 2021. That is a very fantastic achievement for that particular region. While the number in countries in sub-Saharan Africa, conversely, rose from 417 million to 458 million, an increase in the global share of poverty from 37% in 2010 to 66% in 2021. This is a very disturbing, revelation for those of us who live within this particular region. And that is why this topic is very apt and relevant at this material time for us to be able to know the situation which we and our people, when I say our people, I mean the African people, are seriously contending with. Let us look at the poverty trends in East Asia and the Pacific. If you look at the chart on the left, downward, between 2010 and 2020, the numbers and proportion of the population living in extreme poverty decreased in countries plotted in the bottom left-hand corner of the chart. We are talking about China and Indonesia. China stands out with a decrease of 150 million. That's about 11% decline in poverty. While Indonesia, which is the largest Muslim population in the world, also saw a decrease of 225.6 million, which is also 11% decline in poverty. That is a thumb up for this particular region vis-a-vis the issue of poverty. Now, looking at sub-Saharan African poverty trends, where you and I will belong to, if you look at it clearly, between 2010 and 2020, extreme poverty increased. While in other regions, we are going down. In Africa, sub-Saharan Africa region increased in 26 countries. The largest increases occurred in Angola, which is, if you look at the top right-hand corner of the charts, you see Angola there with about 9.4 million, followed by Democratic Republic of Congo, 8.8 million, and then South Sudan, 7 million. These are very disturbing data. The number of people living in extreme poverty has reduced significantly in Ethiopia. That is also a very cheering news. About 12 million people. Ditto for Guinea, 3.4 million. And then, of course, Nigeria also witnessed a decline, in the poverty line of 4.5 million people. And we hope that if we sustain this trend, perhaps in the next 1 decade, we are hoping and praying that Nigeria also will join other regions of the world where poverty will decrease significantly, either by 40 or by 50 or 60%. Now, one of the reasons why poverty is on the increase, especially in sub-Saharan African region, is because of the incessant conflicts. And I want to show a picture of Nigeria. Now, in each or in every 5 poor people you see in sub-Saharan Africa, they live in Nigeria. When you see 5 people, 1 out of those 5 people, they live in Nigeria, making the country's progress in poverty reduction crucial for poverty alleviation in the region and the world. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, using data from the Nigerian Living Standards Survey, NLSS, poverty is measured through the lenses of a wide range of socio-economic indicators. So when we talk about people suffering from poverty, these are the indicators we want to look at, and being peculiar to the NLSS indicators in Nigeria, because I'm speaking to Nigeria. Though apology to those who might be living outside this country, watching us or listening to us. Such as modules on household demographics, education. How many people have access to education? When talking about education, we are talking of quality education. No thanks to the current imbroglio between the ASU and then the federal government, where Nigerian students have been idle, sitting down in their homes for months. So these are also part of the reason why poverty is being deepened when people do not have access to qualitative education. I only hope that those who are policymakers listening to us will do the needful so that our children, Nigerians youth, can go back to school. Part of the indicators also include health, labor, farm, and non-farm enterprises, household assets, access to safety nets, housing conditions, exposure to shocks, and crucially expenditures on food and non-food goods. These are some of the indicators that NLSS uses to be able to measure the poverty line we have in this country. Now, I want us to look at this graph here. The narrative I'm going to give here is just to tell us how conflict has contributed immensely in deepening poverty in this country. You will discover that shortly after the first Nigeria returned back to a democratic system of government in 1999, a year after, between that period and 2005, we can look at the red spots in the Nigerian map here. They are very scanty. It shows that the issue of ethnic conflagrations, is just coming up. Shortly before the tenure of that regime elapsed, and then to begin another tenure on the right, immediate right, top corner, we can also see that the red spots there have started, to increase. It tells us clearly that when election is approaching, there are so many, factors that comes into play to create conflicts, to create conflagrations. And when this happens, people are impoverished. Then the political actors will come on board to make empty promises to the Nigerians that they will do this, they will do that, because they know that they have subjected the Nigerians to abject poverty. So Nigerians will be willing, having the false hope. If you look at the Nigerian map on the extreme left bottom, that is shortly after, the election that took place in 2007 towards 2015, again, we witnessed several conflicts, which again shows the increase. Looking at the red dots there, shows how the conflicts were gradually spreading across, both the north and then the southern region of Nigeria. And then when you look at the map on your extreme right bottom, that is after the election of 2015, going forward to 2019 election, we can see again that Nigerians witness a lot of conflicts, conflagrations, insurgencies, so many of them that again deepened the poverty line in the country. So we begin to ask ourselves whether, looking at this data, because data are sacred, they are facts, that there seems to be a connection between electionary processes in Nigeria and party politics in Nigeria and poverty. So Nigerians need to rise up and then shine their eyes, so that beating twice, we must never allow this kind of a situation to repeat itself. Now, looking at Islamic finance, which is the mother of the subset topic I've been asked to come and discuss, it is imperative that we talk briefly about Islamic finance. Islamic finance basically is talking about financial transactions that are regulated or that are in tandem with the principle of Sharia. That is what Islamic finance is all about. There are several, rulings. Majorly, one, the prohibition of riba, which is usually on interest. Prohibition of garar, which is uncertainty. Prohibition of maisir, which is gambling. And of course, prohibition of khimar, which is a game of chance. And any financial activities considered harmful to the society. These are all prohibited when it comes to Islamic finance. So when one is engaged in any financial transaction economic activities, if all these are resonating, then they are not Sharia compliant. Number two is that the ruling also stipulates that all parties involved in any transaction must honor the principle of fairness, justice, and sanctity of contracts. Thirdly, it also stipulates that financial transaction must be asset-backed. This is the difference between the Islamic finance and then the conventional finance. When we say asset-backed, it means it must be underpinned by real economic activities, not just one being given money, you loan out money, and then when the person is returning back, you return the principal with interest. In such a situation, there is no any economic activities. That is why Islamic finance, takes zero tolerance to this. And then, of course, it also must be risk-sharing economic activities. Islamic finance is not about transferring of risks, but rather it shares risks with the owner of the of the wealth, which is the Rabbul Mal, and then the Mudarib, the entrepreneur that will put that resources into use. So these are some of the things that governs Islamic financial activities. Now, let us look at Islamic finance holistically. Islamic finance is a combination of Islamic commercial finance, which is Iifp, and Islamic social finance. So I'm very happy that the guest speaker before me has dwelled so well on most of the activities that has to do with the Islamic commercial finance. Under Islamic commercial finance, we have the Islamic banking. Then we also, under Islamic banking, as mentioned, several of those instruments that are being used, for financial transactions. Under the Islamic commercial finance, we have the Islamic capital market, which also has sukuk. It also has investment funds, and then we also have equity markets. And then also under the Islamic commercial finance, we have the takaful, which is the Islamic insurance. So on the other side, which is the Iifp, Islamic social finance, we have, when we say OI, FIS, it means other Islamic financial institutions. So under them, we have zakat, we have waqf, then we have sadaqah, we have Islamic microfinance, and then we also have Qard al-Hassan, among others. We'll be looking at these, subsets one after the other. Now, let me also take us down memory lane, looking at the global size of Islamic finance assets in accordance with the Islamic Finance Development Report of 2020. It shows clearly that in the year 2019, the global asset of Islamic finance was 2.964 trillion US dollar. But in the year 2020, this asset increased significantly from 2.9 trillion US dollar to 3.3 trillion US dollar. It shows clearly that Islamic finance is gaining ground and it is growing exponentially. It's growing everywhere in the world. And when we look at the breakdown of these total assets, we discover that Islamic banking, takes the chunk from the global Islamic financial assets. It takes about 2.3 billion US dollar, which represents 70% of the total assets of 3.3 trillion US dollar. Followed by what? Followed by the Sukuk, which also represents 19% of 3.3 trillion US dollar. That is about 631 billion US dollar. Then followed by Islamic funds, which also represent 5% of the 3.3 trillion US dollar total asset of the global Islamic finance, translating into 175 billion US dollar. And then other Islamic financial institutions like, the Zakat, the Waqfu, the microfinance, and their likes, Qard al-Hassana, they represent 4% of these total assets, which is 154 billion US dollar. The last but not the least is the Takafu, which is still coming on board, which is gradually building up. It represents 2% of the total global Islamic financial assets of 3.3 trillion US dollar, which represents 62 billion US dollar. So it shows clearly that Islamic finance industry is projected to rise from 3.3 trillion US dollar in 2020 to 4.9 trillion US dollar in 2025 at an average growth rate of 8% in the next 5 years, in accordance with the Islamic Finance Development Report 2020. That tells us clearly that Islamic finance has come to stay, and of course it is taking its lion's share, in the global market. Now, having said that, the same report, Iifp report, also gave us this statistical, data to show how, sharing the Islamic financial, sector is developing. In 2020, it's reported that 47 countries, all over the world, have established Islamic finance regulation. We are also lucky in Nigeria that we have our own regulator, which is the Nigerian Central Bank of Nigeria, under the auspices of the FRAS, which is the Sharia body at the national, regulating the activities of Islamic financial institutions. The same data also, exposes us to the fact that Islamic finance institution as of today, going by this report in 2020, is about 1,595 in the world. Then also it went further to also, explain that Islamic finance education providers have increased to 1,008 in the world. And of course, when we talk about Islamic finance research papers that have been garnered all over from 2010 to date, it also shows clearly that over 2,878 of such Islamic finance research papers have been produced. The same report went further to also inform us that 1,235 Sharia scholars representing Islamic financial institutions all over the world are today in existence. The same report also mentioned that when we talk about the corporate social responsibility funds being disbursed under the Islamic social finance to cushion the effect of poverty and deprivations globally has also increased to 1.2 billion US dollar. And then we are also made to understand that Islamic financial events that has taken place in the last couple of years to 2020 has recorded nothing less than 844 several Islamic finance events, such as symposium, conferences, workshops, and their like. And of course, the last but not the least is that on a daily basis, particularly in the Middle East, in the East Asia, as well as in Europe and the Western world, and also sub-Saharan African countries, news on Islamic finance, have recorded nothing less than 11,856. These data are showing us clearly that there is hope and there are prospects and potentials for Islamic finance to be the way to go for humanity in terms of bringing public goods to all and sundry, not just for Muslims, but for humanity. Now, let us also look at Nigeria, for example, to now domesticate the nascent Islamic finance industry in Nigeria. Records available, according to Fitch Ratings 2022, it reveals that 66% of the total assets of Islamic finance in Nigeria, which is 2.3 billion US dollar, Sukuk alone, takes 66%. If you remember, in 2017, the first Sukuk was oversubscribed. In 2018, the same thing was oversubscribed. In 2019, the same was oversubscribed. Then recently, the one that was just concluded just some few months ago in 2022, it was equally oversubscribed. So it clearly shows that the Islamic finance is the way to go. When it talks about, bringing social justice, bringing equity, bringing economic development, solving the challenges of the less privileged, the underserved, and then those deprived, it is the Islamic finance. While banking, only took 32% of these total assets in Nigeria, and the remaining ones were shared between investment funds and Takafu. Even though we have seen that even globally, Takafu is still, at the lower strata, of the Islamic finance. But it has the potential, to grow so big like the Sukuk and then the Islamic banking. So having said this, let us now come down to Islamic social finance, which is a subset of Islamic finance, as mentioned earlier. According to several scholars, they tried to explain to us what exactly is Islamic social finance. According to a colleague and a friend of mine, who is also a resource person and a lecturer at International Islamic Institute of Banking and Finance in Kano, that is Dr. Aliu Tahir and co., as well as the report of the Islamic social finance of 2015, we are made to understand that social finance is a mechanism of deploying finance for the provision of social services to achieve social protection for the poor, reduction in their vulnerability through microfinance, social enterprise finance, outcome-based philanthropic grant making, and program-related investment, among others. So this is what Islamic social finance basically, is talking about. Now, it is also important for us to understand what are the philosophical underpinnings and principles, you know, of Islamic social finance. The principles of Islamic social finance emanate from the value of Islamic philanthropy, of shared prosperity. It is not winner takes all, unlike what we have in the conventional world, shared prosperity. It is also about income redistribution, which some people also refer to as financial inclusion. At least talks about financial inclusiveness. And of course, it is also talking about socio-economic justice and equity. And the last but not the least is talking about how we can achieve harmony and peaceful society. This is very important because Islam, the Islamic finance, looks at all. And that is why Allah has made some of the instrumentality of the Islamic social finance, you know, the way out to create a balanced community all over the world. Now, some of the potentials and the opportunity of the Islamic social finance are many. I would just want to restrict myself to just few. One, due to the declining overseas aid, no thanks, you know, to what we witnessed in 2008 when the world witnessed economic crunch, and the world thought that they were coming out of that, you know, meltdown. But 2020 also compounded it with coronavirus when the world witnessed total lockdown. This led to so many financial constraints on the part of donors all over the world. Hence, there was declining trends of overseas aid. And when there was declining end of overseas aid, it also resulted into growing inequality. And when there was growing inequality due to the declining aids from the international donors, you know, there was a funding gap, you know, to bail out the vulnerables, the poor and the needy people. That is a funding gap in charitable acts and humanitarian needs. Therefore, there was need, you know, for social workers to put on their thinking caps, to increase creativity and innovative way, and deploying financial technological tools to find access to funding. And one of the things they discovered was that they discovered the potentiality of the Islamic social finance as a potent tool that could be used to block that funding gap. Two, also, it also showed clearly that Islamic social finance also serves as an effective financial instrument to fill the funding gaps, as well as growing steadily, you know, in its size, as mentioned earlier, with regards to how Islamic finance is growing globally. Thirdly, Islamic social finance also has the potential as a framework to facilitate the eradication of poverty, hunger, promotion of economic growth, and empowerment of the poor and needy under the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Last but not the least, the world body, under the auspices of the United Nations, has equally joined the League of Global Corporate Citizens when it opined that Islamic social finance can also help governments as well as communities to accomplish several developmental needs if they are properly coordinated by the experts. Having said that, let us now look at, you know, the Islamic social finance. The Islamic social finance instrumentalities consist of zakat, which is the compulsory almsgiving. It also consists of waqf, which some people refer to as endowment. Then we also have sadaqah, which is charitable acts. Then we have at-tamwil al-asghar al-islami, Islamic microfinance. And then the last but not the least is qard al-hasana, which we refer to as benevolent, loan. Now, taking this instrumentality one after the other, let's look at zakat, for example. Zakat, like we all know, is the third pillar of Islam. After the proclamation of, or after the testimony that there is no deity except Allah and His Prophet Muhammad is His messenger and prophet, and then salat, then followed by zakat. Not only that, this particular pillar of Islam is mentioned in nothing less than 28 times, along with prayer in the Quran. And of course, there are several evidences from the Quran and the hadith of the Prophet, to give juristic, backing to the legislation of zakat. One of the most popular verses in the Quran is in Quran chapter 9, Surah At-Tawbah, verse 103, where Allah says, خُذْ مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ صَدَقَةً تُطَهِّرُهُمْ وَتُزَكِّهِمْ بِهَا وَصَلِّ عَلَيْهِمْ إِنَّ صَلَاتَكَ سَكَنُ لَهُمْ. Allah says, take a fraction of their wealth. Allah did not say take all their wealth, a fraction of their wealth. Use it to purify and to sanctify them. And then you invoke the blessings of Allah upon them. This verse is telling us clearly that it is an injunction from Allah, because it says khuz, which is an imperative command from Allah. So zakat is a compulsory act, whether a Muslim likes it or not. He is a Muslim, and what we refer to as nisab zakat, that is the threshold, the minimum threshold upon which one uses to evaluate whether he or she is liable to pay zakat. The moment one discovers that the net balance of his wealth over 12 lunar months is the same or above the nisab, then that particular person, as a Muslim, knows automatically that zakat becomes incumbent upon him or her to pay. And when he or she does this, Allah is only trying to use this particular instrumentality to help the rich to enrich the poor, which is one of the goals of the Islamic social finance. And of course, taking a fraction from the wealth of the giver, to the taker, the minimum is 2.5% or 1/40 of this particular threshold, not the totality. And this is how Islam works. Islam does not deprive, because it stands on one of the tripods of, philosophical underpinnings of Islamic social finance, which is social justice and equity. So you pay it in accordance with what your net balance is, the moment it is equal and above the nisab. And what this does in the life of the giver and the taker is that it purifies the soul of the giver. It purifies the estate of the giver. It purifies the soul of the receiver. It also purifies, the enterprise of the receiver when he or she embarks upon entrepreneurship skill to make herself or himself financially. This is why there are several verses in the Quran where Allah talks about this particular role of zakat. For example, we look at Surah Al-Shamsi, Quran chapter 91 or 92, verse 9 or 10. Allah says, "Qad aflaha man zakaha." Indeed, he has succeeded, he that purifies in souls. In Surah Al-Layl, Quran chapter 92, Allah says, "Alladhi yuti malahu yatazakka." He that gives out of his wealth, he gives out zakat in order to purify his estate. That is one of the reasons. Not only that, Allah also knows that clearly when we give out zakat, it also enables the giver, to deepen his or her moral compass by taking away greediness, self-centeredness, covetousness away from such people. Because the overall objective of the Islamic social finance is to create a harmonious society, a peaceful society, where both the rich and then the poor, they cohabit, without any enmity or rancor from one person to the other. And that is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did mention in the Quran. If you look at Surah Thakatur, for example, Allah did remind us, He says, Al-Hakumut Thakathur, Hatta Zurtumul Maqabir, Kalla Sawfa Ta'alamun, Thumma Kalla Sawfa Ta'alamun. Up to the end of that verse, Allah is reminding us of the rivalry that takes place between those that have and then those that do not have. Especially among those that have, they compete unnecessarily in the in the accumulation of material objects until when that takes them to their grave. They will never be they will never be satisfied until it takes them to their grave. So one of the things that Allah uses to regulate this inordinate ambition, to remove this greediness away from our soul or our mind or in our character, is this institution of zakat. Give out to those who do not have. Thirdly, also, part of the role it plays is socio-economic justice. Allah did mention in Surah Al-Hashr, Quran chapter 58, for example, I think verse 8 or 9, thereabout. Allah says, لِكَيْلَا يَكُونَ دُولَةً بَيْنَ الْأَغْنِيَاءِ مِنْكُمْ. Allah says, we have made zakat a veritable tool to create a balanced community so that the wealthy ones will not accumulate wealth, to the detriment of the multitude who are the poor in the society. So that is why, Allah made it compulsory on the wealthy ones. Take away from what Allah has given you and then give back to the society, especially the poor ones in the society. Not only that, the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad, may Allah peace be upon him, also mentioned in one of the hadith that was narrated by Bashir bin Nu'man, radiyallahu anhu, that Allah said, the Prophet said, مَثَلُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ فِي تَوَادُعِهِمْ وَتَعَاطُفِهِمْ وَتَرَاتُمِهِمْ كَمَثَلِ الْجَسَدِ الْوَاحِدِ. That the similitude of the believers, among themselves is in their in their compassion, in their love, and in their feelings for one another. It's like the entire body. Such that if one aspect of the body is afflicted with an ailment, automatically it radiates the entire body system. Just like if one has fever or sleeplessness. So it tells us clearly that this instrument is meant to create a kind of mutual trust amongst the rich and the poor, because of the empathy the wealthy ones will exhibit to the less privileged in society, and the kind of feeling they have for these people, that is their brother and sister who do not have. That is why Allah has made zakat a compulsory pillar in Islam to create a just and balanced community. Having said this, let us also be very practical to look at some of the potentials and the opportunities, of this particular instrument, in the world. I will look at Europe and then also come back home. Look at maybe the Middle East and then we'll come back to Africa, particularly Nigeria. In 2018, for example, it is on record that about 300 million pounds sterling was paid by the British Muslims as zakat in 2018. Obviously, this data will have been updated, will have been improved, because consistently the figure was rising as at 2028. This is a very humongous amount of money that the British Muslims, paid, those that were zakatable, paid to complement, the social safety net of the government in terms of ensuring that the less privileged in the community are not left out entirely. Ditto with what happens, as reported by the Islamic Development Bank, that also projected that around 1.6 billion Muslims globally, the Iisp, estimated that zakat fund that will, be realized within that particular, period of time will be nothing less than 1 trillion US dollar. So these are indications that these instruments, social finance instruments, they have the potentials, and there are a lot of opportunities, if well coordinated, to bring public good, to the less privileged, to the vulnerable, to the poor, to the widows and the orphans. Let me come down to Nigeria. To take us back memory lane, between 2016 and 2018, I did a research, and that research revealed that when I look at the record of three, Islamic social finance institution, that is Jaiz, Zakat, and Waqf Trust Fund, and then we also have the Sokoto States, Zakat and Endowment Commission, before it's metamorphosed into what we call today as Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission. As at that time, it was called Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Committee, together with Zakat and Sadaka Foundation in Lagos. Within this period, they had a cumulative zakat of 1.2 billion naira that was collected and disbursed to several Muslims who were suffering from one social problem or the other, be it empowerment, be it education, be it lack of access to sanitation and water, or access to good health or to education, among others. So it shows clearly that this particular instrument is working. Now, okay. All right, thank you. I will quickly summarize. Thank you. Now, due to time factor, I may not have the opportunity to go through all my slides. So I just quickly want to show us some of the slides that shows clearly, how these, Zakat funds collected were disbursed to both the needy, the poor, as well as humanitarian grants. When we give the data, we also back them up with, with graphs to illustrate that it is real. It is not something that we are speaking out of the blue. Beyond this, also, for education, then of course we have the workforce, which is another financial instrument, which also can be used to provide support for the less privileged, for the poor and the needy people in society. Due to time factor, I may not be able to, to wrap it up. But it is also important for me to mention that in terms of work, for example, today there's what we call Waqf Nuqud, which is under corporate workflow, that is cash workflow. My organization, for instance, established 3 cash workflow under corporate workflow. We have the Jais Takaful Insurance PLC, which is a corporate workflow under our cash workflow, with 1.2 billion established in 2016. Recently, the company just declared a surplus of 84.5 million naira to their participants. We also have El Jais Investment and Services Limited, worth over 85 million naira. Then we also have Jais International Allah Certification Limited, worth over 25 million. Then we also have Jais Orphans and Widows Initiative, worth over 20 million. And that's the recently one is the Jais Foundation School, workflow established in Katsina State, which we call Usharam Academy, worth over 55 million naira. So I can go on to explain to us how the zakat, how the workflow, how the Qur'an and Hasana, how the Islamic microfinance under Islamic social finance, have been able, to intervene, by bringing public good to the less privileged, people in society globally. I want to thank you once again for giving me the privilege and the opportunity to share this information.
It seems they are muted over there. We can't hear the person speaking.
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
I think just make a small arrangement of the agenda. So we will take Professor Adika, next presenter, so that when he was prepared, we will lay all this together and take our question and answer thereafter. I also tell you that we're going to have a lunch break and also have time to say our Salat inshallah. So please, just to have an quick version so that we can get this presentation all together. Because Adika has been meeting and been with her because they are since morning. So we just do this presentation. Thereafter, wherever it ends, we take a short break for Salat and then we will come back and have our questions and answers. Inshallah. So the profile of Professor Adika, just give a very summarized version. It's long, we're going to show some of the session. Inshallah. Professor Ibrahim Adika is a professor of corporate law management, Islamic banking and finance, commercial transactions, Islamic business ethics, and Islamic investments. Now his first degree from the Premier University of Abuja University, and has a PhD in Islamic banking and finance from International Islamic University, Malaysia. He has a lot of educational experiences across all strata of Islamic finance and banking. He became a professor at the University of Ilorin in 2017 and has supervised in 7 masters and PhD theses in this discipline. He is a fellow of the International Institute for Muslim Unity and International Association of Islamic Banks in Karachi, Pakistan. He has presented research papers in several international conferences in the US, Asia, Africa, Middle East, and even locally and internationally. Professor Adika has specializations in development financing, particularly on Islamic banking and finance, constitutional law, and general Islamic law. He has illustrated for 50 articles in both local and international research journals, including Journal of Islamic Banking and Finance, and so many other journals of both local and international reputation within and outside Nigeria. Management experience is the management of men and affairs. He is the president of the Graduate Student Society of International University in Malaysia. He was one time president of the National Association of Law Teachers, and also vice chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association in Ilorin. That's Ilorin branch of HOD Islamic Law and Dean of Law at the University of Law at Iifp University, and also director of Clinical Studies, University of Ilorin, and currently is the president of the Muslim Law Association of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us an eminent professor in his field of study. Please permit me to invite on stage Professor Abdulkadir Adika, President Mula.
organizers of this event. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me begin by appreciating the organizers for giving me the opportunity of being here to share my thoughts on this very important topic, Islamic finance curriculum and career opportunities. Well, the day is well spent, and I'm very lucky to have been preceded by having that process in this spirit. Now I'm actually going to be fantastic work, taking us through various form of contracts like Islamic finance and both of that. And the just speaker that last also through finance. Now we must be getting tired, and the person that stays last is the offender of the audience. So because I've done most of the things that I have to do, I'll just run through those areas that I think that we should still cover. I did an outline at the second slide. Sometimes the number of things that have been said regarding what Islamic finance, the segments and the rulings that need to do with Islamic finance. Global Islamic finance, in fact, the 2,000 about the market insurance, and promise market finance space. Now, I talk about from vision, via passion to profession. Now, different stages that we have gone through in Nigeria, globally and in Nigeria. See, people, we have foreigners who started it like a joke, and they didn't know it's going to be this big. And we must not forget them. It's time to talk about Islamic finance because those are our issue, and it's only if we are able to make our issue that we're going to know our future. Now, I also talk about strategic position of Nigeria in the global Islamic market. You may not appreciate this, but we are well positioned, and I'm going to talk on that. We are going to see some people now to know that even though we are just going behind, but we are already ahead in so many respects, and we have a lot of potential that so many people will be able to keep into, given even our government have done a lot to achieve Nigerians in a very vintage place for us to be able to benefit. Now, career opportunities, now, the next slide is about Islamic finance. That is the tripod of Islamic finance. Now, Islamic banking, Islamic insurance, and Islamic capital market. They have talked to us about what Islamic finance is all about. It's not banking and finance that is consistent with the principle of Islamic law. That's just the major difference. Banking has been done in hundreds of years before now. And although in Islamic law, we have had a lot of transactions that would qualify as what we call banking. Maybe we are not called banking. So in terms of banking, we'll be talking about conventional people that are introduced us to corner room where they engage in business of financial intermediation between the surplus and the deficit side of the economy. Those that are in need of funds and those that have access of funds that are deficit. Somebody made his own business to lead these two places and make profit. Now, in commercial terms, they charge interest at both ends. They give interest to somebody that deficit, and they took interest from somebody that's coming to take advantage of the deficit fund, and they make their own earnings from it. But in Islamic finance, they say no. Fund must be put into practical use and must be invested in the real sector of the economy. Now, they have also talked next like this. They talk about features of Islamic finance. The earlier speakers have spoken about it, provision of interest, lawful activities, ethical and moral values, profit and loss sharing. That if you are, I used to give this example to my students, that we all are familiar with what we call vitamin. It is medicinal. Vitamin is medicinal. But for somebody to take advantage of the medicinal content of vitamin, it must have a bitter taste of the leaf itself. So it has two ends. You cannot say I want to enjoy the external content of Italy and run away from the internal content. Because the reality of any market in the world is that it's either comes with profit or comes with loss. So you cannot be ready for profit and run away from the loss. So that's the reality and summary of Islamic finance. Now the market, the size of the market has also been spoken about. The Iifp, the Islamic Financial Services Board in Malaysia, that's one of the standard setting, international standard setting organization Islamic finance. In its 2001 report said that the worth of Islamic finance is 2.70 trillion by the end of last year. That's a big one. Although it's not as big as compared to the global financial fund, but if you look at the period within which Islamic finance started operating, you appreciate that this is a big fund, that it is focused on a group of people. Although Islamic finance is not religious bias in terms of participation of people, but the whole world knows that the Islamic finance has to do with the Muslims. So if anybody is coming in, they are only coming to take benefit of it. Of course, they are not sent away from taking that benefit. No. Yes, we're still on that slide. But if you compare in the 2020 report of the same organization, that second paragraph there, talks about comparing how Islamic finance is faring compared with even conventional finance in the US. Those are the figures. Between 2013 and 2019, how accurately Islamic finance, compare with Islamic conventional investment. Now, next slide is about the Nigerian share of the market. Currently, the size of the Nigerian finance industry is expected to have reached 2.3 billion at the end of one. That's US dollar. We're assigning to be the largest segment at 60%, followed by land banking, 32%, and the remaining 2% between land fund and capital. Now, another information is that the total market capitalization of Sharia compliant stock in Nigerian capital market now stands at 11.3 trillion naira. Now, if you are talking in finance funds, these are funds that are going to be directed at economic activities that people are expected to take advantage of, to make returns from them, and to grow their own private businesses. These are money waiting for people to take advantage in their business. If you are talking about opportunities, those that are in the agricultural sector, in the hospitality sector of the economy, in all sectors of the economy, these are funds that are readily available for people to take advantage of. Now, what good news is that this grant is from Pew Research Foundation of the US. Pew Research Institute. They talk about population and rest of it. And they were looking at the projection of population of the Muslims over the years and up to 2030. The implication is that those that will be interested in Islamic finance will continue to grow, because the population of the Muslims will continue to grow in the world. There's no doubt about that. And then as much as the population of Muslims is growing, the interest in Islamic finance will continue to grow. Next slide. Now, from vision, peer passion to prevention. Now, we thank God that we have a body today called Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals. I remember in 2004, when I was about to proceed on my PhD, and I had an interview with research interview with late Dr. Abdulatif Adedi, the then Secretary General of the Nigerian School Council for Islamic Affairs. And he put a question to me: you are going to do a PhD in something that we are not even got into. I said, that's the essence of research. I'm going to look at we're going to get there. What are the challenges we're going to face by the time we get there? So we have a number of them. I must not forget the role of somebody like MP or Abiola on how they brought Iifp Bank. These are the forerunners of what we are talking about today. Madam Paula Bello was the CEO of Iifp Bank as a time. He played a very great role in sensitization, organizing events to bring about Ahmad Zakaria and Co. In the course of my research, I was taken back to how the first state government went to Iifp and they were interested in bringing Islamic economy system into Central State. So they were sent back home that look, some people have started working on this. All you need to do is to go back, harmonize, and come with a very vibrant position. So Central State was taken back and it was directed to Ahmed Zakaria and Co. The effort of these people have been mentioned. So together with Nigerian African Society Affairs, they all came together to bring about what we call Islamic finance today. So it was a vision that Islamic finance is knowledge-based. So it's not just a matter of emotion, passion, and we have money to do it. So there must be knowledge that's going to be bedrock of all these activities. And that's why some people rush to quickly do some researches, including myself, because it's a thing that is envisioned that it's going to be a reality. There's no running away from it. And that's why even those who are struggling with Islamic finance in Nigeria, you realize that a lot of those crimes that will be made when it's supposed to be licensed. Today, non-Muslims are at the forefront in taking the benefit of Islamic finance even than the Muslims. If you look at all the statistics are there with Madam Mashiro of all the people that bought those sukuk into those sukuk, non-Muslims are at the forefront, and that's the reality. So it's a challenge for Muslims to say that, to know that it's our own and we have to embrace and take all the advantage. But I thought in our institutions, I remember those days, somebody was taking Islamic banking law in my faculty because it was an idea that he knows good to become reality sometimes. Look at curriculum, we invite curriculum again and look at what was put there as curriculum for Islamic finance at that time. So those that were interested in knowledge-based aspects of Islamic finance at that time, there are no resources to sponsor them. Unlike what happened in a place like Abuja, they really invested. They did a pilot project. I met the professor in 2005, and in fact, he organized a workshop for some of us when I was to come back, and I said, and he asked me that his own university, University of Malaya, had millions of ringgit, or I can say dollars, that they had, and they needed to expend before the end of that year on organizing. So they were looking for how to spend the money on training because they know they were not going to exhaust it. So when I told him I was returning to Nigeria, I said, can you organize some other Nigerians that you know are likely to go back? These are not Nigerians. They are ready to spend their own money to train us to come and develop Islamic finance in Nigeria. The question is, how much is our own government spending? So even, finance chair of Islamic finance in our university, I'm not aware of any, up to this time in Nigeria, a chair of Islamic finance in any university in Nigeria. I'm not aware of it. Despite the fact that we have lasted Islamic banking since 2011. It's over a decade already. Okay? So we are still talking about the knowledge base. So it started as passion and as vision, and people put a lot of passion into it, a lot of conference lectures. Okay, before then, these are some of the things that have to do with the passion that people put into the growth of Islamic finance in Nigeria. These conferences were This got license. And the first University of Learning Conference Land and Finance was first organized by Iifp, Islamic Research and Training Institute of Saudi Arabia. It's research leg of the Islamic Bank. But they sponsored all the foreign participants. We have participants from about 30 countries of the world. And they sponsor their flights, their accommodation, their feeding to grow Nigeria Islamic finance. Next slide. Now look at this. Does it look like an American, Asian? That's a Nigerian. I'm proud to say that's one of my students. And it's Eddie, one of the foremost Islamic finance organizations in the world. That's how Nigeria is strategically placed. So that's what Omar was saying to the left of South. International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation in Malaysia. Now, incidentally, part of the strategic position that Nigeria is facing is that Nigeria is one of the owners of that organization. Because there are 9 owners, 8 of them central banks of different countries, and 1 multilateral international. That is Nigeria, that is CBN Nigeria. So both the central bank governor of Nigeria is a member of board of that organization, and this proud Nigeria is the head of the management team of that organization. Next slide. That's another one. Does that person look like an American too? That's another Nigerian. Eddie, another. That quotation we are making of all the data. This is the organization that produces it. IFP. International Financial Service Board. Financial Service Board in Malaysia. Another Nigerian is the head of that organization. I will not certificate this. Nigeria, not just we have 2 units of full name membership of this organization. CBN is a member, and NDI, Nigerian Insurance Scheme, is also a member. Meaning that when decisions are to be taken, we have 2 full votes from Nigeria on whatever is to be taken as decision in this organization. They have their application. I'm talking about strategic placement of Nigeria, so that it's not just on the stroke of luck that got Nigeria gets into these places. They look at your own participation, your shareholding in this organization, in taking decisions, of course, your expertise too, before we appoint the head of such organization. Next slide. Now, Nigeria is a member of the Islamic Development Bank. With 3.9 billion, that's 7.60% of the total shareholding of Iifp, and the 4th largest shareholder after Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Libya. And yes, number 4 shareholder of Iifp. Now, the implication of this is that Ogunto Iweala, sometimes when she was minister, and they wanted to access credit facility from international organization. And she looked at what Iifp should give Nigeria, and she wanted to go into it. Our National Assembly was fighting. They want to Islamize Nigeria, so they must not go to it. Before you know it, that's one thing about President Obasanjo. You not even look for their consent again. You just went ahead and take advantage of the credit facility. Now, the implication of this again is strategic placement of Nigeria and Nigerians, you and me, and our young ones who want to show interest in Islamic finance, is that Nigeria is a big stakeholder in the global Islamic financial industry. Meaning that by the time they are doing appointments, by the time they are giving facilities to countries, Nigerians will be considered as one of the primary enterpreneurs, that is first among equal. Next slide. Also a number of points. That's the picture. Now, talking about opportunities. In 2019, I led a team of investors, business people to this organization in Malaysia. And that's the liquidity management company. Now, one of the people in that picture was to go on behalf of Ondo State government to see how we can access Islamic financial funds to do a road between Ondo and Lagos State. There's a creek in that area that if there's a bridge, a road that's done, it takes less than 1 hour between Ondo and Lagos State. And if that road is not done, they have to go in about 4 hours drive. This makes a lot of economic sense if that bridge is supported. So this is one of the members of that team was there. Another one went on behalf of Osun State on how to harness Islamic finance for their gold mine. You know, there's gold mine in Osun State. So there's need for finance to really develop it. And another private one is about security. Now, it became easy because it was just a call to my student that some of my friends want to visit your organization. And before the end of that day, the letter was read inviting us to that because the Nigerian was there. Now it's a business thing that they will readily be available to invite anybody to partner with them. You have a Nigerian difference, okay? That's one of the strategic positions that Nigeria is occupying in global. Next slide. That is a global phenomenon. Hence, the opportunity there are cross and transbound. So it's not everybody showing you in Islamic finance. You are blackness. Your expertise in Islamic finance, your expertise in Islamic finance related business makes you a global person because you are dealing with people from all over the world. Look at what happened. If support is issued now. If it's allowed, people will get foreign funds buying into whatever we're doing in Nigeria. That's the idea about that. With a rapid growth rate shown above and the increasing demand for medical finance comes a growing for professionals in the field. So, because it's a growing phenomenon, there will always be need for experts to manage last 2 decades or thereabout. You go to Singapore, you go to UK, those are good, even in Dubai, those are good. Training Muslims about Islamic finance all over the world. Okay, so but it's a matter of time. We're going to get there. But the reality is that for those of us young ones who are interested in academic or all areas of finance, Islamic finance, it's going to become a reality. And if it has not become a reality in Nigeria, it's already a reality globally. So you can do it and launch yourself to the global. Look at Nigerians that I've just shown you. Who might finished about 2005 in the University of Ilorin? Just 2005. And it's a foremost organization in the world. So my brother, my sister, it doesn't matter what you have now, it doesn't matter. Look at the brother I just given us the last lecture. I look at his profile, he was in political science, or 2, first degree, second degree, and dive into Islamic finance. You can also do it and become an expert and make good earnings from it. So, although there are plenty and opportunities about for both Muslims and not, that's a good thing about it. Particularly for those who are crying about Islamic finance. Even in the training, teaching, all aspects, non-Muslims are there. So, Nigeria cannot be a special case. The lack of experts in this industry is a huge opportunity for aspiring professionals to make their way to the top. Next slide. So, these are some of the career areas. Of course, that's my own constituency, academic. And like I just said, it's just a matter of time. As I'm speaking with you, even at this point, I was making my findings. If you are a specialized program, Bachelor of Islamic Finance in Nigeria University, it's just one university. And you can imagine, just one university that has planted a program, Bachelor of Islamic Finance. So in all the areas that are behind Islamic Finance in Nigeria, short courses and all this, most of them are postgraduate level. And you cannot imagine a new university, a young university, not even the primary university. Primary university, you say, is the only even BUK that is having Islamic Bank and Finance Institute is running postgraduate program, and they are also still struggling having finance, Islamic finance in their own finance department. Okay, so academic opportunity in Nigerian institutions around the world. Umar Hussein was in International Islamic University in Malaysia before he was invited to the organization. So from academic to practitioner, you can be moving around. And even Dr. in another, Umar Hussein was we met in Harvard in 2012. And so you can move around the world with Islamic finance. Accountancy, compliance, and business. Like Madam Madibo is doing, we come to its own area, consulting, preparing our personal tax returns, advising on responsible investment opportunities. This is consulting, like Madam Madibo is doing, budgeting and forecasting, working with major and minor Islamic finance. I have a number of my students around in our existing Islamic financial institution in Nigeria, and I'm proud to recommend them because before they take you, they seek recommendation of some of their teachers. And I'm proud to see my students in those. I have some of them in the Giants, some of them in Taj, and some of them even in Lotus. So, product of now, the interesting thing is that they have not done Islamic finance as a program. They are lawyers, but they took Islamic banking, just 3 credit cards, 2 semesters, and it gave them opportunity. They look at your what the transcript and say, oh, you have done Islamic banking and just 2 semesters and you're doing a job. Many of them are now developing themselves to become experts in the area of Islamic finance now. Now, work with Islamic insurance companies, work with regulatory agencies like the CBN. Now, as a regulatory body, of course, you cannot give what you don't have. Frankly, you can't give what you don't have. To regulate Islamic financial institutions, you must have excellent Islamic finance within your own household. So that's why you must have people that are experts in this area, even in the CPA, even in this area. There were a lot of cry when CPA was trying to establish Sharia Advisory Council. That's what you call it. They have to change that name because of Nigerian peculiarity. CBN came up with proposal of Sharia Advisory Council to be advising on Sharia issues and for monitoring. But the want to Islamize Nigeria, no, we don't accept all this. When the UK, Islamic Bank of UK, asked Sharia Advisory Board, they don't shy away from calling it Sharia, even in the UK. But in Nigeria, we still have to pander to their cries for us to be able to move ahead. See, they have to change to phrase. What do they call it now? Phrase, yes. Financial regulation and advisory council. That's why they don't want to hear Sharia, and Sharia is hard in the UK. Okay? Working as consultants, organizing sukuk, and that's where the big money is. I'm going to get closer to you now. Because particularly with this Asu strike and the rest of them, they are giving me a second thought that is we try move to the practitioner side, but we must not also all leave that side. And if that sacrifice we have to make, we must continue to make. We pray Allah will not make our own means to be difficult to live. but there must always be people at all these different segments. Monitoring of legislation. These are areas. Each of these are areas that people can specialize in. Okay. Building connection with commercial bank and let's like this. Now I'm talking about curriculum. The story is that our curriculum is still not at full-fledged development stage in Nigeria. Because I've just mentioned now that we don't even have the programs mounted in our universities, starting from undergraduate level. Fortunately, in the course of preparing for this lecture, I came across what a body has done. They call it one technical board that monitor activities of polytechnics. And they have done a curriculum at diploma level. They call it National Innovation Diploma in Islamic Finance. I'm so proud of that name. National Innovation Diploma in Islamic Finance. MBT, yes, MBT. Now, yes, this is they issued that curriculum in 2018. It's a good thing to start with, so that any polytechnic in Nigeria can offer national innovation diploma in Islamic finance. That is the link. That links you to the whole curriculum. You can also ask those support doing training in Islamic finance. So you find a number of things. Now, I say Islamic finance is a sui generis kind of profession, a combination of a number of existing professions coming together. You have economists, you have finance experts, you have lawyers, you have accountants, all of them coming together to become Islamic finance professionals. And that's one of the beauty of Islamic finance. Besides of this. Now, the focus is to produce, that's the focus, to produce the intermediate people to give technical manpower in the industry. Now, bachelor and PhD curriculum. I've mentioned that just one university is doing bachelor as of now. Quite a number of institutions are doing postgraduate, like the UK. University of Lagos Business School is also doing postgraduate. Some of our organizers are participating in that. Next slide. Professional qualification. Now, that's the thing. Whatever you have gotten, it has gone to a level that internationally recognized organizations are now organizing professional qualification. That seeing that qualification in your CV is going to give you a kind of top notch into access into opportunities in Islamic finance. You have the National Center for Islamic Finance in Malaysia. The government of Malaysia has continued to be ahead in terms of providing education and curriculum for the government of finance globally. So this offer juniors now arrangement scale percent in the area of land finance training for them, professional training, and they go in the area of land the area of land Sharia or Islamic finance. It's going to be Sharia expert. No, that's another area that we are doing combined law in Nigeria. The curriculum of combined law in Nigeria is not good enough to make somebody a Sharia scholar to be able to give fatwa in the area of Islamic finance. So these are areas that there will be need for specialized curriculum to develop for people to become experts in those areas and what to take advantage of. Islamic and finance issues, there's other institutes here in Abuja that offer a number of programs. Science in curriculum development. Just about 2 slides ago. Very mentioned institutions in Nigeria have really accepted the reality of Islamic finance. Maintain it into curriculum of finance department. So I've mentioned this earlier that you see how many of them don't want it to come to their department. You want to Islamize our department. Like how you bring the Islamic finance, the finance department in Nigeria University. Lack of educational philanthropy to endow shares of Islamic finance and take some towards its development. I was invited to a conference at Harvard University in 2012. That conference was organized by an endowed chair of Islamic finance at Harvard. What are we talking about? Harvard University already had an endowed chair for Islamic finance. So it talks a lot about our level of development if we are still talking about religious Islamize or don't Islamize. And that's still keeping us back. So I'm giving some solutions here what to do about it. Government education funding, yes, we have that fund. And I have an experience, and I mentioned this in my inaugural lecture last year, that if you make proposal to Nigerian Educational Funding Agency, because it has Islamic, they will not fund it. Despite all the opportunities and things that Islamic finance has even brought to Nigeria, up to now, Educational Funding Agency of Nigerian government has not seen reason to fund researches in Islamic finance. Ways out. So there's need for more systems. Like what we're doing now is a very good one. More people become more informed, more people will be aware of the opportunity, and they want to take advantage of it. So we should continue to do this. Again, the forerunners, those are our forerunners, the stakeholders, the National Council for Islamic Affairs, and those the well-meaning. The next direction is to continue to endow chairs in various universities. I know if the government university, private university will accept it, and the more of them we have around, the more develop our curriculum and our program. The stakeholders will also start to empower the people with appreciation of Islamic finance to the position of authority. Now, imagine somebody with good understanding of Islamic finance, early 10 from today. Would that be coming for Islamic finance or not? There will be. So our own stakeholders, we are all Nigerians. We should take it further that we should empower our own people to be in position of authority, to be able to finance, empower these areas. It's going to be for the overall benefit of our country. Next slide. Conclusion. Islamic finance has come to stay in the global financial industry. Nobody can fight that. Transforming its method by its constant growth and increasingly cutting a good share of the market, even at the first times. It offers a wide range of career opportunities for the global citizens, irrespective of religion, persuasion, that's the persuasion. Yet, the growth and increasing demand for its product leaves a huge gap in its human capital needs, all programmed by smart ones. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that another very insightful lecture. I think, okay, the MDOs.
Sorry, the microphone has not given us the microphone to add that as part of members, the Nigerian membership of Iifp, like the National Insurance Commission, is a member, full member.
I mentioned.
So NDIC, CBN, and NICOM.
NICOM too. Oh,
National Insurance Commission. About the type of data were on account globally and in Nigeria. They passed the procedures and what the information they want to get through the National Insurance Commission. And the National Insurance Commission will all go and transmit it to us. We respond and you get back to them. So I just wanted to be noted that the National Insurance Commission of Nigeria is a full member of the Iifp.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The MD Jais Takafo Insurance PLC, that's a very important contribution. And I think at that point, we want to begin. Perhaps remind our viewers, those that are viewing us online, and our listeners that are standing present here, that this is Islamic Finance Outreach organized by the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals, and which is open to everybody religion, irrespective of your language or color or your kind of spiritual affiliation. So again, we want to use freedom to recognize the fact that we have been here for several hours, and as part of the agenda we have the program is to ensure that we have break, and that break is going to take care of our lunch and at the same time take care of our salat for those of us that are going to go for prayer. And again, just to summarize what I said so far is that we are going to pause now for a break to observe salat and also to have a lunch break. Also, we need to inform participants here that there are also a registration desk for membership of Iifp that is open doors and entrance to the door. So we can use those this opportunity of this 30 minutes break, please. 30 minutes. To observe salat and also to have a lunch break and things like that. Don't come back to Q&A, that question and answer series. You can write down your question, we're going to separate papers for that. Actually want to also contribute to the given opportunity to contribute. But because we have to manage time, we'll just take numbers for those that want to make oral contributions, both online and physically here. So please let me just go into those precise questions and let us manage time mostly so that those 20 minutes don't stay beyond those 20 minutes that we'll be giving for both lunch and salat. To add to that, we are going to just like it has been mentioned when we were registering, that we get to get our students to us to the retreat at the point of having the lunch. So that's going to be done not inside the hall, but we have the permission for that just outside in another room. So we want to just improve us. Let our ladies go out first. We know as much of that. Please let our ladies go out first. Thank you very much. Let's go to the prayers at NUC. So we go for the prayers. Let's put for the long. Please lead them to the main center. Thank you. And I want to mention that our sponsors are well known.
Yeah, of course.
We also have a provision for you, which is going to be during the second segment, where we are going to be having sponsors to us. Take the lead with guys. We also have PSU and brokerage insurance. We also have human insurance as well. And we are also going to be so please, we are going to come in, inshallah, by 1:40. That is 20 minutes to 2. Inshallah.
Okay.
So the I'd like to reach out last year we reached out to people when we were having our stakeholder conferences. I think unfortunately this time around. إلا الشراب بس.
السلام عليكم.
Baba Khalifa, our media, the interview chairman of the institute.
Okay.
Nigeria Independent Newspaper.
Okay, sir.
Never inform one. Our member.
Okay. السلام عليكم. لما نعم let's join the best join then also that also category what is the way to mass of this category.
We are temporarily down. See, network problem. Mo gba power bank lọ bàbá. Kò ní choice. Back to work. Taking better pẹ̀lú ẹ. Yes.
Come on,
Itawa. 80%. 80 oríkè gbogbo alọ́yà lápọ̀ mí. Most of our postgraduates are under approved. I'm telling you. Kini package 1.5 package kini. Àwọn kan ló sponsor program yẹn. Àwọn bọ̀bọ̀ tó wọ company. Lẹ́yìn pé wọ́n tẹ̀ ti pín yẹn tán, ìyẹn ló yẹ kó hide náà kó pín yọ́ dárí with pa yẹn. Láti pé mo wà lára pín yọ́ dárí with pa. How will they not see your face that you are here?
No, they're not going. Is that the other side? It has finished.
Why?
Yes.
I want you to register. Where is the registration something? Please take it there.
That's not what we are saying.
What about the registration form? Baba, we.
Okay, give water.
This one is for.
In case they are complex, some are for special guests.
So this one is for special like us. That will take second round.
They are special guests, sir.
Where is
Our special guest.
I want to go on sponsor company of the sponsors.
It's not.
Okay. I don't think there's snacks. Okay, you know what we did before? We thought those people in front, they don't need anything. Just add it because don't worry. You know what? Please, is there any? Because they are the one that is this company that sponsored this. Give me one of it, please. Give me one. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes.
Chairman, food committee. Show your face. Chairman, food committee. Yes, now.
My vice chairman, Mula.
Wait, so.
I'm very sorry. Apologies.
No problem.
No, that's.
Okay.
So,
Mama, there's something inside. This thing.
can you drag it? What? Just give me water now.
Water now.
Eh? What? Okay. It's locked now. Water.
Hello. Okay. No, don't worry.
Special.
Somebody exactly. There's somebody they should know that should be standing here to give you. Might just insult somebody and go.
This special said that they don't. I don't think there is. What are they just going to drink? All these ones just okay. They should bring the water closer.
Water. Please give him your ticket.
This Coke. Is this Coke?
Ticket, sir.
Let me just take it.
Okay.
Hey, Naga. So, how is it now? Well done. How's everything? Well done. Okay, no problem. Okay.
This is one of the speakers.
Can you put one this inside? Okay, no, don't worry.
This is for the two speakers.
Why is so check that. No, this one is for the speaker. Okay, there are two people that are following him. They need to give. Okay, they've taken. No, they have not. Okay, this one is for Professor Abikan, the other speaker.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry.
This one is for Professor Abikan. So still remaining. You take. Keep this one.
Which you are special, okay? Keep this one for yourself.
Don't worry. We have our own.
Okay, it's there. Oh. This guy that came with Modi for at least let's give him something.
We can this one, huh?
Put snacks inside.
Let me bring one pack of food.
Yeah, share coke. Share coke so that it will not be too. Only you want to drink the whole. They say we must be online until another program. I do the funniest thing. It's only 2 people that's remaining online. Me, I beg. Me, I'm tired.
You still remaining. Only snacks, right? Okay, our special.
Notice the professor. That's all. Special. Never. This one. That means this one is for press. Eh? Okay, this is. What is that?
Thank you very much, sir.
No. That is, tell us, yeah, so that people will know. They think maybe we are still not ready.
and those online and get responses from the competent hands that we have here today. We also entertain comments and recommendations because we are always continually in the learning process and there is room for improvement. We will all take all this and then work as much as possible within the limits of time. Take as much questions as possible. We can't go beyond the time of 3 o'clock, inshallah. So please, by this, we'll declare the floor open for people to ask their questions or observations. And if there are any area for that clarification too, our presenters or the people who have on item 2 will also make. Please just make your question clear, your name and your question, inshallah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. I appreciate this Islamic financial often fall from the professionals. This will be currently almost 5 trillion available funding for Islamic instrument in the country. I think instrument available are not so we have the variance of almost 3 trillion. Sure. The issue of Islamic finance cooperation in connection with these 5 personalities on the high table, they met the gown and town together to ensure they have taken the market. I realized from the plan you shared with us was mentioned research. We have much issue of product. To start thinking of product development toward income platform. Being a privileged institute with wide members within the country and with practice and academic background, I believe if you are up to your responsibility and the expected right in the Nigerian economy and financial background to ensure you champion the Islamic instrument, sky will only be the limit because we really yet to design an instrument attaching is a very big gap to the Nigerian system. That is my first observation. Secondly, it's also to the most of the presenters to see how they can expand their researches within our local video scholars. You know, there's a lot of untapped talent within the shows of our villages and hamlets. They understood the video in a very local way. So their knowledge and the stretch to engage them in other product development will go a long way in the retail product development. Because in Nigeria or African context, most of the products are local. We need to engage those local scholars, whereby if they're on their podiums on Friday or other Islamic engagement, they will start having understanding the current modern reality. They have their own knowledge, but they don't know how to upscale their understanding from the way and manner they've been taught people for the last 40, 50 years. But with the modern reality, if you mix the two together, people that understand the modern reality and tap on their understanding, and they can serve as an agent of messaging within our local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for all those information. I think this speaks to the fact that, as mentioned by the acting president of the Institute, that everybody, and we are all particular institute. And for us, it is believed that the contribution that we all make this month is going to set the pace for the kind of industry we want to build and also for the kind of activities that we want to have. So it is a call on this, sir. With your submission, with
it's very clear that there's a lot we have leverage upon in the area of engagement. So it's important for every one of us. It's well noted, and we are also going to ensure that we drive action towards that event. Let me call on Muhammad Simon Muhammad, who is the Commission Secretary and Legal Advisor and Nigeria Pension Commission. Please join us. Thank you very much, sir. So at this point, we would like we are also we want to have this why we have our speakers and stakeholders here present. And you can all see that these are people that represent different sectors in the Islamic finance industry. So question now, straight to the point, and let's have it answered. Thank you. Just tell us a little bit your questions.
My question is, when we're talking about new definition of pension, that people can now choose which account they prefer. Instead of on the conventional, they would say, okay, they want it on Islamic window. Does this apply to those that are already taking their pension and are moved to annuity insurance companies?
You get the question. I think that was the presentation. Okay, Madam Mama answer that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. The National Pension Commission, you agree, regulates only the pension industry. The regulation to the insurance industry is just a bit. We participate only to the extent that the money would leave the pension industry and then it gets to the insurance industry. To that extent, I would confirm to you that yes, if you are within the pension industry and you are retired and you are under the program withdrawal, you can comfortably choose to belong to Form 6, which is the Sharia compliant fund. But I do not know whether at the moment the NIFOM has any rules that govern such movement if a person has chosen to check the annuity, that annuity, meaning that he has left the pension industry and he has gone to the as you know, once the person moves, then he cannot come back to the pension industry because there has been a contract already sealed and the fund has gone. And so the rules and regulations governing movement of accounts.
Somebody's calling your number. It's distracting.
But it doesn't extend to the insurance at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right.
Gender sensitive.
Also specify who wants to questions.
Okay, mine is not a question.
Can we take questions? Excuse me. Hello?
Observation.
Hello? Let's take questions. Questions. It's important that we maximize the opportunity of all stakeholders that are here. There are a lot of people that have different things to hold on. That have a lot of things to clarify. And that is why we are taking it and we are also maximizing the fact that we have these people here. So we want to, not just because of people that are here, but also because of those people that are taking background, who may have some things to.
Sorry, as a matter of fact, this is also very important. Since I already have the mic, explain.
Is it a question?
Not a question.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Thank you. Okay.
Lives are not that much. I don't know if anybody has raised that concern for now. Share
Thank you very much. That is well noted, and part of the plan is to ensure that as a follow-up, all materials that have been discussed will be sent to our respective email addresses. Thank you. Question. Thank you. I have somebody here. Welcome, Salam.
To the last speaker, Professor. When the second speaker was about to run this lecture, he mentioned that there are some companies that Jai's Work of the Foundation works as like corporate work of companies. And I'm aware that in Malaysia, there are laws that govern corporate work of establishments, there are corporations, but we don't have something like that in Nigeria. So how can that affect this incorporation of corporate work of companies? Since there's no permission for that legal here in Nigeria, how would it affect them legally?
So if I get your questions, the corporate work is regulated in Malaysia and is not yet regulated here.
There are laws in place for cooperating those corporate work of companies, but in Nigeria, that's very like common, like all other companies. So how can we have any challenge that we have any challenge?
The general law deposit is not under account, even in Nigeria. It's either being regulated by CBN or any other regulatory body. So if somebody wants to do corporate work, he will not register as ordinary company. You have to register either under existing banking regulation or as a segment of the financial institution. There are other financial institutions apart from banks that CBN also regulates. But the Nigerian law will not allow any company to be received from the public without being under. So it's not. You answer the question.
So do we have other participants of this activity? If they have anything they want to chip in? Yeah, anybody that has
Seems like this.
also as well very interactive.
Well, thank you, Professor. I love the way the sister coined the question. Save my mind. I intend to throw you the issue and get your opinion maybe in the future. If you observe most of our presentation in the Islamic finance, it's mostly Islamic instrument, Islamic the insurance, the Islamic banking. We mostly used to set aside the Islamic corporate governance, the Islamic risk management. I saw in your paper I talked about the Islamic accounting, but we haven't discussed much about the Islamic auditing. Today, the Islamic environment is 3 or 4 fields of discipline that have been trained for occasionally, which I think you the academics required to find a platform with AUC, how we can inculcate such kind of field of discipline into our various syllables and curriculum. Like I really appreciate your research where you have on the NBTE have designed a diploma program in innovative of Islamic finance, which is very good. We'll appreciate it and we still appeal on behalf of you, the academic donors and other town practitioners like my other brother here at Cairo, and the body like this about Islamic professional, to find a platform whereby you're going to champion such kind of presentation. The issue is talking about the corporate governance issue. Corporate governance in Islamic finances is entirely different with the conventional corporate governance. As a professional legal doing, you understand it much better than I do. I'm just already in the system. But from what I try to correlate with President, I think she's talking about the corporate governance issue, where the entity can have that dual or hybrid operational framework. In Nigeria, mostly the legal Islamic entity, with the exception of Jais and Taj, and some insurance entity, they are going to be operating as single entity of Islamic institution. But in future, we are hoping with the coming of the corporate governance institute of Sharia all over the universities and colleges of education, we are hoping to get that close to the constitution whereby corporate governance, Islamic corporate governance, will going to be handled single-handedly without the conventional orthodox corporate governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And again, we can as well take from the global platform where we have the likes of Iifp, which is the auditing, accounting and auditing of institution, non-interest finance. That is Iifp. So that is a body, it's a global body that basically address activities around regulation. And this speaks to both the accounting and also the auditing. And at that level, we are able to have different modules that addresses strict curriculum on how to operate Islamic financial institutions. And I can tell you proudly that the Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals is a member of, is an academic or educational member of Iifp. And the institute also happens to be the first institution that organized Iifp examination. So we host the examination in Nigeria. Now that is not in Lagos State. We have a couple of people in the industry that have written through Iifp at our branch in Lagos State. And again, the role that the academia will be playing is also very high. And that is why we are seeing and we are applauding the activities that has been done at Triple IDA in Kano and also at the University of Lagos Business School, where currently they are running the Executive Masters in Non-Interest Finance. This is going to help us to have more tailored curriculum around both the accounting aspect, the regulatory aspect, and also taking care of the auditing of Islamic finance institutions. Thank you very much for that question. And can we have another question? Yes.
I want to get clarification with respect to the compliance with the Islamic Sharia with the bonds. The national paper and the forex trading. How we see the compliance with the Islamic understanding if it's not the Muslims that are in this, so what's going to be the way out of treasury bills, forex, and the likes.
Thank you so much, brother, for that question. It is very clear. When we are doing usually the principle of Islamic finance is usually to show you the don'ts when it comes to Islamic finance. Unfortunately, it's not actually the topic specifically here that we can dwell into. However, when it comes to government bond is an IOU. Give me your 100 naira, I will take it as an IOU. Whenever I'm giving it back to you, I'll give you 100 naira, but I'll also give you something that is contractually agreed between me and you as addition to that 100 naira. That addition automatically is interest. يا أيها الذين آمنوا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وذروا ما في الربا فإن لم تفعلوا Now, specifically, it's saying that all you who believe, if you are really a believer, believe what is remain of you of riba, if you are indeed a believer. And continue to say that if you refuse to be, then it is waging a war to you that you should be ready to war with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his messenger against you. Therefore, it is actually a grievous warning when it comes to interest. That
every person that has concern in relation to the values and relations should shine away from this particular issue. Treasury bills, bonds, both working bonds and corporate bonds, both shares and other instruments that are being issued prior to school, for instance, are all conventional instruments that are issuing interest, and therefore they are prohibited and they are not supposed to invest in them. If you've already invested and you've heard about this one, then it's better to immediately divest and take your capital and never give loan, never give interest and never take interest. So immediately you heard about this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we also asked about forex, trading forex or something like that.
Trading forex. Okay, so with respect to investment. Now, when it comes to forex, it is a sort of contract that you are going into. And according to Hadith of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he mentioned the 6 ribawi items. He said, when you are going to transact between gold and gold, silver and silver, dates and dates, barley and barley, 6 items mentioned there. Trade with them at spot and live immediately. So if the gold that is raw with the gold that is refined, as long as they are gold and gold, the same species, it is expected that the weight we are going to exchange must be the same. However, if I'm exchanging gold with silver, the species are not the same. Therefore, we can decide on what negotiated price exchange rate are we going to take in order for you to take what I have and take what you have, based on the negotiated price. Now, based on this one, the condition attached to that is that you have to do it at spot, but we can agree on the rates that we can do. Based on this, you can calculate it to be naira with dollar. If it is naira and dollar, it is similar to gold and silver. You can exchange with respect to any negotiated rate, exchange rate that you agree, but the Sharia condition is that it has to be at spot. So it is allowed to do exchange rate with respect to that. Is that clear?
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate that. I think I have somebody who wants to ask a question directly in relation to that same question. Please, we'll take it after them. Oh. Please, be more audible.
My name is Sadiq Aliyu. Mr. Machido, this is in line with
speak closer to the
this is in line with what Mr. Taufik has rightly said. Looking at Sukuk, a lot of people can see it likened to federal government bond. This is primarily because the coupon is earned on Sukuk and is paid biannually. How can you differentiate that with FGN bonds? And also, secondly, concerning Sukuk, how do we manage its liquidity? It's from medium to long term, how are we able to manage Sukuk's liquidity? Thank you very much.
Please, let us take one more so that the response to them. Please. Question goes there.
The investment securities industry, there are actually arguments as to whether investors' money should be passively managed or actively managed. And some of the experts of the investment industry argue that actively managed portfolios are actually similar to gambling. And we all know that gambling has no place in Islamic finance. So, as an Islamic financial advisor, do you think actively managed portfolios is actually equal to gambling?
May I respond to these two before we take further more questions?
Thank you so much. That FGN School and the bonds. Let me just explain. The first thing to the bond like slide. The bond is an Iifp. When people going of Nigeria has a budget deficit, budgetary activities, it needs money for it to
GDP. And as a result of that, you will either go and borrow, or it will come across a bond, or it will have a borrowing from the multilateral organizations like the way individual. So this issue to do with borrowing through bonds is actually to say that if you 100 million, and you take it as if you loan me 100 million, I'll come back and use your 100 million and do focus. Whenever I'm going to pay you back your 100 million in the next 10 years, in the next 5 years, in the next 3 years, I'll pay you exactly that your 100 million. But however, within now, to that 5 years, or to that schedule that we agree, every 6 months, I'm going to give you 10%, 15% on that particular amount that you give. That 10% and 15% interest. It is only the principal that you are supposed to take, but the interest in between intermittently and the interval are interest that you are not supposed to take. To avoid that, you need to go to sukuk. What is sukuk? We already mentioned that. Sukuk is just a certificate evidencing the ownership of an asset that you have. And if I say as an SPV, I ask me to come and subscribe to a sukuk, and I have decided to pay into the SPV, and I've gotten a certificate from that. That certificate is saying that I'm part and owner of constructed by the federal government of Nigeria. So the road constructed actually belongs to the SP, by extension belongs to the investors that invested for it to rather based on their subscription. So is there any difference with respect to this explanation between the government bond and the sukuk? This belongs to me. And if I want to trade it, because it belongs to me, I can easily go to the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange or the FMGP OTC, where they are both platforms. Listen, ask my stockbroker that I need money. Please, can you get somebody that is going to buy this instrument from me? And the stockbroker will talk to his other stockbrokers. And in between, you get somebody that may be looking for that. Today, sukuk are very limited. In terms of if I send my fellow Nigerian sukuk today, when do I have confidence that maybe in the September that the government says they will come, they will really come, so that I can supplement or I can have it in my books. If I know that I don't have that confidence, I will sell, I will hold. So most of the people that are buying sukuk are buying to hold. Unless in between the financial institution that are doing the credibility with respect to the liquidity management that they are doing in between themselves, that's when you can see the credibility. But I purchased 200 as 2017, 2018, 2020, and 2021. I don't intend to sell it because until I know that it is abundant in the industry and in Nigeria before I sell it. So that is what we are having with respect to the liquidity. But it is available. If you say you want to sell, you will have people that are buying it, including financial institutions or the broker that are buying it. Thank you.
There are two questions. I want to ask that the way our investment in sukuk or what sukuk is invested on is managed in Nigeria, do not make people to really appreciate that it's much different from the bond. In some other clients, that road that our sukuk is used to construct can have toll placed on it to make it a thing that is marketable, having return. Even assuming toll is placed on those roads, and look at what is happening in Lekki now. Every day, you know the amount of toll they are collecting in Lekki. You know that if people are asked to bring their money for support to build roads, it's quite different from government bond because it can always generate funds on its own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that is also available in Malaysia, where a whole lot of facilities are being constructions carried out using support, and people really are able to differentiate them.
At face value, the support is supposed to be an asset that can generate income itself for it to take care of the obligation. But however, when we came in 2017 and we asked government to do this, government decided to say they can't put toll
Why? Because of the political repercussions related to putting toll. Obasanjo has cancelled all the tolls, and now this government will come and put the toll. When it comes to second need for the people to vote, it may have some backlash or situation. So instead of that, if you give me the rent of a house and I've decided to take it as a lease, I am the one that I'm going to pay the rentals of that particular house. I have permission from you to have anybody that I want, as long as within the jurisdiction, to use that particular house without me asking to pay it? If yes, that is what federal government is using. It's like federal government is using the route and it's saying my people use the route, I will pay on your behalf because I have social responsibility to take care of all these aspects of your governmental by myself. So federal government is taking care of that is of asking people to pay toll, they are paying on behalf of the people. That is actually the structure we have. We are hoping that next sukuk that we have, or some subsequent sukuk that we are going to have, the asset will be generation return so that they will be paying the rental directly rather than from the budgetary allocation of the federal government.
Thank you very much. I think that's great explanation. Do you have the second question?
The second question is passively and actively. Well, with respect to passively, it's subjective, it depends on what we mean. If you are referring to an investor will give me money, and I take the money and I buy shares on the floor of the exchange, and I've decided to stay within a day, intra or inter, before it even crystallized for me to pay my consideration, I've decided to sell again, which is speculative in nature, is prohibited. But however, if you are saying, I didn't intend to do that, but I've decided to buy Dangote Sugar Refinery because I've done the screening of Sharia of Dangote Sugar Refinery, and I realized that it passed all the necessary criteria for it to be Sharia compliant, and I invested in it without knowing what exactly the corporate people are planning with respect to that Dangote Sugar Refinery. And within 3 days, 5 days, short days like that, I have 20% return on investment. And I said, I'm contented with it. I want to sell. If you take that one as active, that is not actually violation of Sharia. Unless if you intend to do it just for the sake of taking advantage of people that don't know. What do we have in Nigeria? We have T+3, for instance. If you buy a stock today and you want to pay, based on the process of payment, it will take about 3 days before the money is transferred from one stockbroker to the other. So some of the stockbrokers are using that not because they do have money to do that, but they are taking advantage because they have an insider information on some stocks that probably because there will be AGM tomorrow, an AGM of Dangote Sugar Refinery is going to declare dividend, and that dividend is going to attract a lot of people to come and invest in Dangote Sugar Refinery's shares. As a result of that, let me key in before this information becomes public. And immediately tomorrow, they mention the next day, you see the price gone up to 20%, 30%. Before you crystallize and make your payment, that is when you want to exit again and sell to somebody else. That is actually prohibited and speculative. So it's not allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are very technical discourse that it requires that you have that foundational knowledge of not just the Islamic finance, but also how the Security and Investment Commission work and how investments are being transferred from one place to another. I want to a bit tone down the pressure on this conversation. I want to invite the MD guys to, in a way, tell us how they are contributing to the industry. And again, to allow us, the participants, see the opportunity, just the way the team is written, opportunity. Can we please now
now, first for the singularity and promoting Islamic finance professions. You know, for every industry to go, you need knowledge-based basis. you need professionals to write. Very, very important, because without knowledge, there's little or not much you can be able to achieve. So I'm very, very happy with this, and very happy to be associated with the institute. Secondly, I am equally happy because we're promoting Islamic finance, and if you travel all over the globe, the Islamic finance system is an ecosystem. The system feeds itself. There's the banking, banks take money through legal means approved by Sharia. They take assets, they advance, they fund activities. Then there will be risk management. That's where Campo comes in. There will be the capital market and the rest. So now it's a system that revolves around itself, and one is the other. So if you check across the globe, where you have a lot of Islamic banks, you now have Campo companies. Because for every risk that the bank takes, the ones that will manage that risk for them are the Campo companies. I hope you are all aware that banks are not, there is a risk management department in every bank. And how bank makes money, that by the time they take the money and they need to put that money into financial or business activity, they need to finance projects. We've just discussed about Islamic finance, and I think all of us know that most Islamic products try on underlying assets and the rest. Typical of school. If you've had some things on structuralization of school and the rest, you all know you need to have asset development. So now, as we are aware, for every financial transaction, you need structural risk management, because business itself is risk. If you're not ready to take structural risk, you may not be able to venture into business, and that risk has to be managed. And in the context in which we're doing it in a Sharia compliance manner. Now, for Takafo, which I will briefly touch on because of time, some of us are aware and are very much familiar with conventional insurance rules. Conventional insurance does what we call risk transfer mechanism, whereby the insured passes risk to the insurer, and the insurer collects the risk and take it based on consideration, with the promise that if anything happens, they will indemnify the person. That's conventional insurance. Now, Takafo is different from that in the sense that there are certain elements in conventional insurance that violates Islamic law. Fundamentally, about three. One, uncertainty. Two, gambling. Three, interest. Now, all of those things were considered, and there were fatwa issued by scholars that those aspects have been completely eliminated from Takafo insurance. So you now have an Islamized insurance. In other words, you have Islamic insurance now in place, which has completely removed those elements that was seen to be un-Islamic. Now, Takafo from the word is an Arabic word. I'm not to talk more about, but I think I'll just quickly mention. It means mutual narrative. First, it is people that intend to come together. There's what's called the intention. For every act of worship, intention is very, very important. You can do the acts, but without the intention, you may not get it right. Now, in Takafo, for everyone that intends and that knows what Takafo is, he enters it with the intention to donate. In other words, it's usually about contract, which says that, look, I want to donate, help my brother in case anything happens. For the kind of transaction that we enter. And we as operators, a couple company, what we do is we only take management fees from the amount, and then we manage the assets, everything on your behalf. So when you have an asset, for instance, a motor car, you want to insure, you tell us the value of the vehicle, we tell you how much to pay. Anybody that has similar motor car will be put in the same class with your home. And from the money you pay, we just take our management fees, which is our dollar of a certain percent. Then the remaining money we put it in the risk fund. As conventional insurance, we know they have a pool. Now we have what we call risk fund. We call it participant risk fund, PIF. We put that money in that fund. If you have anything, we take from that fund and pay you. We'll continue to pay all participants until the end of the year, when the contract period was up or we have terminated. Now, because we are managing that fund as it's staying with us, we invested in Islamic compliant or Sharia compliant custody. We don't, us in the business that we do, we don't take businesses from companies that operate outside of the Sharia. I give you an example. If you run brewery, or you run some cinemas and the rest, and your project will cover, will politely tell you sorry. We're not doing that. You know, because the practice is not allowed. Now, if you come and we collect the money, we invest, we don't invest the money unless the instrument we are investing is Sharia compliant. So when we get to fund investment, we build a risk fund, we pay claims, and if at the end of the year, the next amount that's left after all deductions and all of that brings in surplus, the risk fund brings in surplus. We shall then disperse the surplus back to the customers that have not had claim in the course of the year. In other words, if you take a claim in this class, we have settled you out. Because usually claims are higher than the contribution fee. I think it is more clear if you have a conventional insurance background. But if you don't have, if you have knowledge, you don't understand this. So now, usually when you pay 10,000, people claim 1 million sometimes. So when we pay you 1 million, that's setting you out. But if you have not had claim, and at the end of the year, the funds that we manage for you produces or realizes surplus, we will share that surplus to you, proportionate to the contribution you made at initial. I hope you get the point. So anybody that contributes 1 million naira and someone contributes 10,000 naira and all of them have not had claim will not take the same amount. It will be based on the degree of contribution you brought. So in Jai's account, what we do is we are a composite company approved by the federal government to provide insurance services to them. Generally speaking, we provide general business, which comprise motor, fire, burglary, contractors, police, and all of those classes. We equally provide life. In other words, we provide life cover, life policies to Nigerians, including group life or group or individual policy, which includes education for your children, savings for your comfort, savings for yourself, Hajj and Umrah, and many other products. And that's what we do. And only recently, I think I'll speak now for our company that only recently, we're going around the country to the surplus in the life in the year 2020. And our company realized 100 in the year 2021, we made 121 million surplus. And our policy of distribution says we're distributing 80% of that amount, which amounted to 84.5 billion naira, and the remaining other balance were flowing back so that we strengthen our response, in case of unforeseen surplus. So we are, Takafo has come to say we are complementing the bank, the capital market, and business, and we are promoting, we are contributing to the GDP of the country, and we are returning surplus to Nigerians. And I think everybody is seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll take 2 questions, then your response.
My name is Advance. And Over the years, I've actually benefited from starting introductory and knowledge of Islamic finance. I was in the chair of the but then over these years, I have not been able to understand the Islamic concept behind cryptocurrency as well as non-fungible. So I want a clarification.
One question. MMM.
My question is Islamic finance, actually Institute of Islamic Finance Professionals. I don't know kind of efforts this. I don't know how old the institution is or the kind of efforts we've done so far or we put into the sector of Islamic financing. But at the same time, there's an area of interest now that I believe a lot of Muslims are probably thinking or worried or confused about, which is mortgage. Federal government has incentives in different sectors to promote different sectors. And in particular, I'm talking about the housing sector, whereby there's a fund federal civil servants and private individuals have been contributing for many years to help citizens of Nigeria to own houses in a subsidized or simplified way, because of the kind of deficit in housing. And we know that attracts interest to be able to participate in that kind of arrangement. So what happens to the Ummah, we comprise of more than 50% of the population of the country, and both the private sector and the civil service, and we contribute to this fund. So what happens to us in terms of sustainability? We regard this kind of financing as a rule or something like that, something that out of necessity we have to, because we know the importance of housing and we know the needs of rental in each of our city center we live. It's very expensive. So I want to know, does this organization have a way of advocacy or a way of engagement with the federal government in such a way that the federal government can create products and be able to cater for the issue now? Thank you.
I will ask the last question. I am not working for, I don't work for FMBN, but I know for a fact that we've been working with them. And only recently, the former MD had announced the non-interest, rent on by the Federal Mortgage of the Bank of Nigeria. And I think incidentally we as Iifp are part of that, right? We've been pushing for it and we've been working with the team. And we're hoping that when it's fully, operational, you will see Nigerians, Muslims, even non-Muslims, like benefit from it because the arrangement is not really based on interest. It's an arrangement that is allowed and it was approved by the Sharia rules. So I think that's the two answers I think about that. Maybe we have more than a little more.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I want to add to that.
Okay. Well, alhamdulillah, he has already mentioned what has been asked about the development of rate on based on non-interest basis. I am somebody who is trying to key into it already. I was attempting that, and I was told that it is on the process. Already, they have a plan that non-interest rate bond will be available in their existing expense. They are working towards that. And coupled with that, I'm aware that, in fact, there was a time the whole of the credit department of FMBN moved down to Kaduna and they were training on Islamic finance. Myself and I were there, and we have seen the effort they are trying to make and the interest they are now developing. And inshallah, it will be a sin of the past. Very soon we'll have non-interest rent on houses available, which we can also key in. Just before that, somebody was talking about cryptocurrency. Now, I will say cryptocurrency is an emerging issue. An emerging issue that wants to be too quick to pass a judgment on. I remember I was at a conference sometime in Tunisia. Some scholars, conventional scholars, took an advantage of the fact that there are so many Islamic scholars there. And they said, we want you to come out with a stand on cryptocurrency for us since you are around. And I was happy with the way they did it. Immediately they removed themselves. About 5 of them, they moved aside. They discussed among themselves. And one of them came out to speak on behalf of others. They said it's too soon. You don't get a fatwa just like that at a workshop on a very important and sensitive issue like this emerging. They didn't have time to go and study before they can be able to say something about cryptocurrency. So if you look at it, whoever is too quick to speak may not get it because it's emerging. Things are not very clear. On the other hand, if you look at the principle of Islamic finance, we know to avoid interest, to avoid excessive uncertainty over. And whoever is dealing with crypto will tell you about excessive uncertainty and error that is involved. You buy, you are happy, it is going up. Before you say Bismillah, it comes down. So if you have to, you have to. So there are some various factors around that, but going to at always.
NFT.
NFT. What is NFT?
They're still in the same. So we just want to let us continue to be attentive to the activities in the Islamic finance industry, not just in Nigeria but globally. And I want to also talk the line of our last speaker. There's no particular judgment that says the direction. Why some are the opinion that we can still, some say no, there's no way in that Islamic finance cannot. And that's I want to
sorry, I want
to okay, yes.
Starting from where Madam stopped that there's a written by Egypt say any of you who hasty in making fatwa is hasty is entering hellfire. Because once you make fatwa, so many people will respect. But one is very clear. There's the list of prophets. Leave what is certain. What is uncertain. What is certain. So it's better for Muslims at this point to exercise caution about cryptocurrency than rushing into it because they are making a lot of money in it. Because because it's not clear about the clear position on it. Somebody that is very conscious about his akhirah will be careful in rushing into it. That's one. Secondly, on the issue of mortgage, mortgage finance, I think what should be doing at this level is that we all receive that news with happiness. We must not just sit back. All of us should go back to our base. Since I've joined public service, I've been paying that money. In fact, I don't even have my account number. We just realized that they have been removing our money. We are not even conscious, many of us, of how much do I have. Let's first go back and regularize our accounts. Again, many of us have cooperative societies in our organization. The best way of tapping into such government funding is through our cooperative society. If you don't have one, you can get back to me. We'll make a way of establishing one for you in your organization. So in groups, a cooperative society of over 800 members that has given up to 2 billion naira loan interest rate, cooperative society. So if you can do that as Muslim organization, we will have advantage. In fact, I'm having intention of meeting the current MD on the platform of Muslim Lawyer Association that we are ready to partner and we'll be moving around to mobilize people. The time we are waiting for has come. We cannot just be
left behind. It's for us. It's for the back. And if you are not careful, not Muslim will take it over again, like we used to do in many. So we should begin to sensitize. And I want to urge the Islamic finance professional to also make it a point of duty to begin sensitization program on federal gate bank non-interest fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Time is fast, friends. You want to talk more about it? So before that, I want the DVC to add a few contributions. I'm sure she has one or two things to add to the Thank you.
DVC of this.
Yes, so I'll stay to the last Saturday.
I don't have much to contribute, but let me start by thanking the organizers of this event. Alhamdulillah, we have learned a lot today. And, this has brought us to further start thinking of some actions that we will take in order to realize our motive. Let me say our motive in this world. We must not stay behind and wait until the non-Muslims start something on Islamic finance in Nigeria before we are serious about it. I would like to, before I go further, thank our resource persons here. May Allah reward them abundantly, and then may they never get tired of us when we rush to them seeking for their advice and help. Just few things. Under the issue of PEMCO, yes, when they came to our university, they want us to register with them. I insist that I want to know the various ways in which they are utilizing our funds, they are investing our funds. And of course, it is then that they now mention about 6 ways, and the last is the ethical aspect of it, that is from 6. And it was from there that I now realized that yes, Muslims can comfortably invest in the PEMCO, but if they only know, because a lot of us went ahead to register without knowing how their funds will be invested. So I urge those of us in the academia, and it is from them that I started educating our people in the university to choose that ethical aspect for their own investment. Secondly, still on the academia, those of us that are the academics, if they want to further their education on Islamic finance, of course they have the right to apply to TEDCON, because we have the funds that they use for advanced training. So a person can apply. It depends on the course that you want to go and offer. Whichever course you apply for, if it exists in the world, you will be sponsored to go and further your education in that field, either master's, PhD, or whatever you want. So those of us that want to further their education and they want sponsorship, they can apply to TEDCON or through some other means. Of course, there are a lot of other scholarships around which a person can also apply other than TEDCON. But for academic staff, it's much easier to apply through TEDCON, as long as it's not your second degree or whatever. What I mean by second, you have to already have your master's or PhD, you are already sponsored by TEDCON and you want to be sponsored again. No, that is not then again, for those of us that want to start a program in Islamic finance, the university, let me say that there is nothing stopping us from starting a program in Islamic finance in the university, any university in Nigeria, public or whatever. But the only thing that we should do is make sure that we have, and that is the problem where it has been highlighted. If we have our curriculum, we can apply to the NUC through our university. If it has passed through the normal usual processes in our university, it will now be passed to the NUC and it will be approved. The only thing is you need to follow due process. So if you're having problem with the due process, it's another thing. But NUC will surely approve it if you follow the due process. And let me also say that sometimes it is our attitude, the Muslims, that draw us back. Because even in my department for almost 3 to 4 years now, we have developed our curriculum. But due to our, like I said, what do I say? Attitude or whatever. Up till now, we have not yet started this thing. So, but now, inshallah, I intend to go back and put pressure so that we'll start doing something before some other people will start, and then we'll now come and start blaming. Because what is happening in Nigeria is that, yes, they will shout Sharia, Sharia, but at the end of the day, you see that they are the ones that will benefit from it, and they will come out with it. And I tell you, some of them will come out with it. So it's better we go back to our universities and with the help of these professionals. Because like for me, I'm a professor of Islamic studies, but I cannot do what these people are doing because it involves a lot of other specializations. So we have to put the necessary areas together in order to come up with courses like this. So we should not just go and say that we are mounting Islamic studies with only purely people from Islamic studies or in banking and finance. We don't know. It has to be a conglomerate of these people coming together to all put their expertise together in order to, and even the people from the outside the academia, because we cannot do it without professionals like them. Okay, so with this, I hope I have said.
Thank you so much. Okay, my hope of the testimony, let me add what I have to say. I used to work international finance, and I'm happy to tell you that we have successfully get Masters of Islamic Banking and Finance, IMS in Islamic Banking and Finance, accredited by the NUC. They get, despite they don't have a benchmark, they accepted our curriculum and they use it, and based on it, they have now given us an application for this program. So it is doable, and we are available to guide any other really so
quickly, so want to give us information on mortgage? Just a little information on mortgage. So the question somebody asked earlier.
I think Prof already mentioned it that for those of us that are not in the civil service or public service, that we should come together as cooperatives. What I do know is that at the moment the funds are actually out. In fact, our cooperatives already got some funds, and others can all go to their state levels to get the funds and still, of course, go through the process. And like Prof said, we should not carry last. We should ensure we keep push on this. So come together as cooperatives or go through your offices and ensure that you get the funds. The funds are out.
Thank you very much for that information. I want to reference what Prof said at the DBC on challenging institutions to take that mountain to start quoting different courses to start finance, both at the academic level and also infusing much of the people in the industry because we need their experience. The Institute of Islamic Finance is a forefront championing that. We are very much available to help in any way we want to meet the income. And I want to say that as part of the success achieved at the University of Lagos Business School, the current acting president of the institute played a pivotal role in ensuring that executive masters in non-interest finance is being floated at the Islamic Business School. So after triple IPF, the Islamic Business School is another place. I am a student there on the pioneer class governor as I speak. So they are the first set that they are producing. Just to tell you that when you are able to achieve this, be certain that the institute will channel all our members wherever they are to ensure that they help in ensuring that the project is a success. At that point, let me quickly recognize and invite Mr. Paula for the GSU footprint, they are our sponsor. Without which we would not have been able to do much around ensuring that we give you a good hospitality. Mr. Kola, can you kindly tell us what you do at GSU?
Salam alaikum. Without wasting time, because I know many of us are eager to go. I want to say that I'm very delighted to be associated with this highly cerebral institute. And I think we have done well by being a partner as a financier of this program. And I pray that next time this organization will come up, we're going to do better, and the organization will be larger and better, and we all make more profits. My name is Kola Yodok, as they say. I'm the CEO of DSU Corporate Services, a capital market operator. Who is DSU? DSU was incorporated in 2009. We were licensed by Nigeria Stock Exchange in November 2009, and we started operation in March 2011. Securities and Exchange Commission, the Apex regulation in the capital markets, also registered us as a broker, dealer, through corporate investment advisors. And I think we are been living up to the expectation. What do? We trade in equity. Shares, I say bonds, maybe because of the interest element that the speakers have said. I will not emphasize much on that. But we also trade in Sukuk, both at primary and secondary level. We provide liquidity for Sukuk. There are so many of our clients who could not wait to the maturity have sold for them. They sold at a good profit. So if you have Sukuk, you can get back to us. We provide security for you, and liquidity for you. We also deal in agricultural commodities. We believe that one is Sharia compliant. We also have a training institute, and we also train people on how to benefit in agricultural commodities. We also do financial advisory services and all the rest. We have served some state governments in raising funds. We have served corporate institutes in raising funds. And I'm glad to say that we service at least 3 leading PFAs in Nigeria as of today, and so many high net worth individuals. I believe you can partner with us, you will not regret it. As what Ladi Machido said, I know, like they say in the Bible, that at every 12, there must be a Judas. And I know we have over 100 stockbroking houses in Nigeria, close to 200. So if some of them are engaging in insider dealing, I will not deny it, but we don't do it. And I want to say that we, maybe to do something that is unethical. And I want to tell you that we do so much on ethical investments, and we shy away from interest element. So what I'm saying about insider dealing is that even if somebody is in insider dealing, unless you trade, you go in one day and you exit that same day. Because of T+3 that he mentioned, if I buy today at T+3, the thing will settle. If I sell tomorrow, it will settle the next 4 days. So the thing will not match. So I have to still provide funds. So the insider dealing does not even encourage speculation as against Islam, unless it is done the same day. And if you do it, it's like gambling. And anybody that goes into speculation goes into poverty. You may buy in the morning and you think that you're going to sell in the afternoon, and the price might even lose 5% or 10%. So we don't do that. And as far as equity is concerned, I'm glad to tell you that some of my people, let me say, our clients, invested and sorry to say they didn't pay me for. Dangote cement was about 200 naira towards the end of last year. This is 6 months to that time. Go and pick any newspaper. You see that the price of Dangote now is 300. So anybody that invested about December, November last year, without going to any speculation, you can sell now and make 50%. The same thing with NTN. NTN was selling at, they even came to the market at 169, offer for sale, right? MTN got, day before yesterday, got to 270 naira. And as at yesterday, it closed at around 249 or thereabout. If you calculate the rate of return between December and yesterday on MTN, that's another 47.3%. No gambling, just do your research, get to be professional, and you do something that God will approve. So I thank you very much. I wanted to distribute my account opening form because I know some of you want to be part of the gospel. But I learned that maybe some people will not want to carry load. I will, with special permission of the organizers, get to your email and I will forward our account opening package to you. So if you are interested, you can reach out to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kola. And I think he has clearly told us that they have ethical, or call it Sharia compliant products, and they also have the conventional. We are inviting you, Mr. Kola, we are inviting you to the Islamic finance fold, to the Islamic drive. And yes, we are inviting you that by our next invitation, you are going to be advertising all ethical products and services. That is the invitation. Thank you very much. I want to stress at this point that the Institute at every of our program ensure that it commends punctuality. And that is just to say that as Muslims, we should understand that time is of essence because we are going to account for every bit of it. And we always encourage people that are time conscious and people that stick to time. At that point, I'm going to mention that we are recognizing 2 people who were time conscious. They are very punctual and they are students. And I think that is a very good start for them. And at that, the committee, the local committee for this event, has agreed to reward them in a good way. And what is the reward? Is that they are going to be given free membership. They are not going to pay for membership. That's one. And secondly, they are going to have free tickets to attend the national conference of the Institute coming up in November. They are also going to partake in the induction ceremony free of charge. Wow. And inshallah, when we are going to be having the Institute stakeholders conference or stakeholders dinner, which we are going to be having heads of different ecosystem Islamic finance, they are also going to be attending pro bono. And who are these 2 people? I want them to stand up for recognition. Nima Abdulkarim, please stand up. Please, Nima. Oh, Nima, do you want to? Okay, thank you very much. At the time I got here, being the second person that came after, he was organizer. Yes. So I got here 2 minutes past 8. I was trying to offload and I saw somebody seated outside. Sorry, what are you here for? I'm here for the meeting. Are you living in? She said no. You came in this one? Yes. Okay. For this program? Yes. I was so convinced. Sorry. For me to be clear, I asked her, what time did you get here? She said she got here past 7. Am I correct? Before 7. I identified that 7 and that struck me. She got here before 7. Maybe before that 7, I was somewhere in 3rd Avenue waiting for one supermarket to open and trying to buy 1 or 2 things. But here is somebody that is to attend this event and is here before 7. That is remarkable. Can we please? Thank you very much, Shima, for that. We really appreciate it. We are encouraging this because we want you to be an ambassador for Islamic finance. And where you have come from, we want you to also take that message down there. That is why it is important that whatever you are doing, don't wait. Opportunity doesn't describe itself. Yes, you have to
position yourself. Again, I want to recognize Akobi Hakim Mariam. Unfortunately, she's bearing my name. And yes, I was struck when the ladies are getting everything. Yes, and unfortunately and unfortunately, the ladies are the only beneficiary of this. Wow. So you want to wonder that you want to believe that, oh, they are ladies, they want to do makeup, they want to check that. Oh, I need to get another plastic pass and do justice. Oh, this bag is not matching. They will come late. But here we are. They actually are the ones that open the event. Both of them are going to be having that benefit. I don't know. If there's any one of you who already paid for membership, you are going to kindly reach out to me. The money will be refunded immediately today. Ensure you reach out. If you have paid before, the money will be refunded today. You have opportunity to attend the conference. It is paid, but you are going to have it for free. You are going to attend the stakeholder meeting. It is free. It is paid. The induction is paid as well. We are also going to have that for free. Thank you very much. And I want to, at this point, just tell us a brief about the Institute. We mentioned it earlier, some of us were not here. And the Institute, basically, in practical terms, this is what the Institute does. Apart from advocacy, the Institute engaged in training, certificate training, in all sectors of Islamic finance. And apart from that, membership in terms of membership affiliation. The membership is not just tailored towards individual alone. Even as a corporate entity, there is membership for you to be a member. There is opportunity for you to be a corporate member of the Institute. We are inviting you all. You are all going to be the ambassador of Islamic finance. If each of us go out there and do that advocacy, invite 10, 2, 3, 15, 30, 50 people. You see how much you are going to do. And that is why the Prophet said that when they were trying to ask him about who your neighbor is the nation is somebody that is 40 houses to your right, 40 houses to your left, 40 houses to the front, and 40 houses to the back. So let's just take that as a definition of people we want to reach out to. In your school, in your house, in your organization, in your anywhere you are connected to. Let us take all this out, and we are going to be doing a great job for the Islamic Finance Institute and also the Islamic industry at large. So, for you to be a member, we have mentioned that for the benefit of this event, the membership fee across different categories has been slashed just to ensure that we encourage and we reward people that attend this event. And a lot of people already tap into that opportunity. It is still open based on large requests. It is still open. The chairman of the committee, in his magnanimity, has requested that the institute still make it open. Otherwise, it is closed today. So, for you that are here, for your colleagues, just make sure when you are sending your CV for membership, brackets Abuja inside your application, your subject. Application for direct membership, then bracket Abuja, so that we. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. I think you are part of those that are benefited. Yes. So, application for direct membership in bracket Abuja outreach. With that, you are going to be considered for the slash in France. So let us all take that opportunity and let us all say this one to everybody out there. It is not going to end here. The conversation has just begun, and there are going to be a whole lot of activities that will be coming up after this event in Abuja, and the next outreach is going to Jobe, and the next outreach is going to Kano. Madam Dahiru, am I on point? Yes, yes. So Jobe, Kano, these are the places that we are going next before we have the conference and the election. So thank you. Yes, basically for the requirements for membership, kindly go to the website iifpng.org. You see the categories, the fellow being the highest, of course, and it request that you have a minimum of 10 years industry practice in Islamic finance. And that is because for you to end that category, we believe that you are going to be an ambassador who could speak on Islamic finance without misleading people. Because at this point, we want to ensure that the information out there, and when people are going to quote, they quote somebody that has the right knowledge. So as much as the institute is still new, started in 2014, we want to be careful that we are not so hasty to dash out membership to just anybody, you understand? And we want to ensure that the knowledge of Islamic finance is very high. So you need to have that before you can design yourself as a fellow member, associate member, as well as being a student member. So kindly go to iifp.org. You see all the categories and the requirements, inshallah, and your CV application will be attended. I want to, at this point, do you still have any?
No, we don't have time today. We have to apologize for those that have questions. If you have questions today, we apologize for that. Please, we're going to need to call the secretary to give us a vote of thanks. We started late, down there, excuse us for being late because the day is far spent. Please, apologies to those that cannot take the question. Please, very apologize. Please.
So you can as well engage our speakers while we have a photo session. You can speak to them. You can, maybe if you like, you can exchange contacts to continue the conversation. You can as well reach out to this institute in any area you want us to speak to. So this time we need to have.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Alhamdulillah for the success of this program. And it was said that we cannot give that to Allah, not going to give that to human being. As a result, I want to extend my gratitude to firstly the speakers for today, starting from my own personal mentor, Al-Haji Masido, to Al-Haj Dr. Abdullah Shuaib and Professor Adima. May Allah reward you all abundantly. And this will have come to reality if lecturers are available and we are finding it difficult to have funds for this program. And that makes me to extend my gratitude to those that have started this program, starting from the DSU companies and equally to the Janis Takafu, the MT of Janis Takafu. I thank you very much because the moment we go to you and you give us a direct response, which that gives us that yes, we can move on. Then also to Human Financial Service, we equally give some to you as well for your support. Equally to hidden investment managers, we equally thank you for your support. And Business Day, we equally extend the thank to you. The media house around TVC, NTA, and every other, both the media and both the print media and every other office around here, we equally thank you. May the Lord reward you all abundantly. Then, lastly, before I leave the mic, I will equally extend this gratitude to our mothers, because for every successful man, behind him is always a mother, or if we might say his wife, but for this program now, it's mothers. So we thank our mothers for making it possible for this program to come to reality. We equally thank you for your presence. May Allah reward you all abundantly. Now, all this has been done. It will not be good for me not to appreciate individuals that have come to participate in this program. Because if all this is done, the lecturers are here, the finances is done, and nobody to talk to, that is nothing will be done. As a result, I spent my time and gratitude to all those that participated in this program, both physically and those that participated virtually. May the Lord Almighty continue to be with each one of us and reward us abundantly. Then lastly, we are told this is the media edition of this program. Inshallah, from there we are going to Yobe. Thereafter, we move to Kano. Then we move to other parts of the northern states in Nigeria. Inshallah, my prayer is that let Allah preserve every one of us to when we call on us again, that inshallah we are moving to Yobe. So may Allah guide us right and forgive us our shortcomings. May Allah reward us all.
Thank you very much, the Secretary. And on that note, I want to as well extend our gratitude to the Iifp Organizing Committee who have spent their brief most of them who are not being informed before they were nominated by council to be the first committee to handle this. They all took this maximum, and here they have doing also closely to achieving our set goals. I want to appreciate everybody for the exemption, starting with the leadership, Associate Professor Rashid Musa Yusuf, the HOD of Islamic Studies, Islamic Law, University of Abuja. I want to say specifically, a day before I got to Abuja, while I was planning my activities, chatted me up late at night, and it was like, Deputy Registrar, when are you coming to Abuja? Says, sir, first flight tomorrow. Said, one time, said, flight is starting from Lagos. Then, have you gotten anybody to pick you up? Please. When you just get to the airport, pick on boat or Uber, from one from where I'm going very black, where people. Prof is giving that hand, and I was very, very shocked. I want to tell you that 7:15, it was already at the airport waiting for me. We got into my transition on 7:45. We had it here. We were supposed to go in 7:30, so we got in 7:45. He picked me, and I was like, why am I so with this? And another thing is the fact that there is no time you won't see Prof typing. I'm always like, is this man? I've not seen Prof that I always typing. Till after 12 today, usually when I sent in a bunch of those people that have registered about now 400, he said, I am in trouble. He said he is in trouble, not me. Sir, can I use that? I'm like, sir, you are not in trouble. He said, the capacity is 150 or thereabout. I said, sir, we are going to make provision to cater for those that will join on Zoom, those that will join on YouTube. And we actually did. And he said, Allah will guide us. And Allah has guided us. And that is to say that if Allah has guided you to have a good leadership, the outcome will not fall short of success. And that is Professor. Please stand up. He's an associate professor. He's close to having the ultimate of his career, which is being a professor. Inshallah, you are not going to be found wanting. We praise Almighty Allah that the apex of your career is to be a professor. You are going to live to deliver your inaugural lecture. And also, there is one man that is the NG. I don't know. Yes. You are going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up, please. Can you clap for Mama Islam? You see this man here. While we are at the National Assembly earlier this year, and we stopped by at his office, he's a member of the Institute, fellow, and we were having a chat, and it was like, the Institute must be part of Abuja. We must have our representation. I said, we are, no, you have to, so you can be pushing me.
something is coming up. He pushed in to be part of the committee. He said he's not interested in any position. That just let me just be part of it. You are not going to be just part of it. And I tell you, without mixing words, Malam Dahiru has done a great work in supporting our chairman. And that is why we have this success. So when we have people that are ready to devote their time, and you are going to get results. The same thing to the secretary, and somebody that I also want to mention, Barrister Abuja is here, please. Barrister no collaboration. I've only had conversation, I've not had any conversation. Only to see him, they said it's part of the committee of this. The first contact was when we had a meeting here on Thursday, the same day I came in, and we had a meeting here, and we are trying to look at how best we can get things done. You know, it's one thing when you are communicating on WhatsApp or virtual meeting. It's one other thing when you come to the reality. And we need to get media present. And his contribution led to a whole lot of successes, which also led to writing NTA right here. I sat down just there, the third seat there. He wrote them, he was on standby, he made calls, he sent that letter that same day in the evening. And I tell you, we have NTA covering the event. The same thing with TBC. And this is this is not just to rub their ego or to just hype them. It is just for us to know that when you aid the cause of Allah, Allah is going to aid your cause. So that is it. And that is the basis of Islamic finance. It is intention. You can do it. If you don't have that good intention, you only get the reward here. They will hype you. They will say this about you. And you don't have any good reward for it. All I'm just trying to say is to appreciate everybody that have contributed to this success. I can't name everybody on. And I also want to mention Khalid Bakari of Jais Takafo. He has also been very supportive. We are welcoming everybody. We are inviting everybody. It is not going to end here. And don't let it end here. You have to be pragmatic about it. You have to take this home and act upon them. And the Institute is ready to collaborate with everybody as an individual or as a corporate body to see how we can take this forward. At this point, let us recite Surah Al-Fatiha, and we pray that Almighty Allah see us through the next event. We'll be communicating to you. We have the contact. You get the materials, and whether you are here or you are not here, we have contact of over a very large number of people that have registered, but maybe they are not here, but they are going to get these slides to make them and have more hands on what we have discussed. After Surah Al-Fatiha, we are going to have joint pictures. I don't want to emphasize it, but we appreciate everybody, our speakers, and all the HODs that trooped in from the University of Abuja. University of Abuja was supposed to be the venue, if not for the strike. But I'm so surprised that even at that, Associate Professor Musa has taken it upon himself to carry along all his colleagues. And that is why we have a whole lot of HODs, HOD finance, banking and finance, HOD business administration, HOD Islamic law. I'm very honored and we thank you all. Let us recite Surah Al-Fatiha and we draw the curtain. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alayhim ghayril maghdubi 'alayhim waladdallin. Amin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina wa ala ali Muhammad. Kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim. وبارك على محمد وعلى محمد كما باركت على ابراهيم وعلى ابراهيم في العالمين انك حميد مجيد. Let us take good pictures.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد ان لا اله الا انت